back, baby. Let's go. Good afternoon, good morning, whatever you want to call it, because it's right in between. Happy Saturday to everybody. Shout out to all of y'all. Hope you're doing well. It's another beautiful Saturday in this cold winter. Ooh, man, it has been Arctic everywhere, huh? Know what I mean? First off, straight off the top, I want to give a shout out to my guy Apollo from the Guard Up Knicks crew, also a part of the Knicks Nightcap. You know, if you guys have checked out Knicks Nightcap on the Nick of Time channel, you know, you got my guy Eru, my guy Phil, and my guy Apollo. You can catch them over there, but I want to give Apollo a shout out, blessings, because he just recently had a birthday. Shout out to him, another year around the globe. So happy born day once again, Apollo. And I'm sorry, you know what I mean? So it's just funny, guys, because if you guys are following Apollo on social media, it's just ironic how life works these days. He took the family, you know, on a trip to Florida to kind of get away from the cold weather. And when he got to Florida, it was cold. Can't make this stuff up, man. You can't make it up. It's wild stuff. It's how it is. There's a lot going on, man. We got snow in the Carolinas and flurries and cold weather in Texas and Florida. It's like, ooh wee, El Nino in reverse. I don't know what to say, man. It's wild stuff, but you know, it is what it is. You know, we got to get through it. It's our time, and we'll be okay. But there's a lot of wild stuff, man. It's just a lot of crazy stuff. So my phone is charging. Let's go with the AccuWeather. Currently, it is 25 degrees in the New York area, going up to a high of 33. The real feel is 19. And yeah, we just kind of been dealing with it. We already numb to this now. So it is what it is, guys. But we're gonna be all right. Excuse me. Let me see what we got going on. The good thing is it's not coming soon enough, but it's happening, you know. Sunday is going to be a high of 40. We'll take that. Monday 39, Tuesday 40, Wednesday 42. And then just when you think, all right, gave us a break. Nah, they hit us with a nice little 28 spot on Thursday, you know, and then 30 on Friday. I don't know what to say. But I mean, the 10-day forecast shows some things. Like by the end of the 10-day forecast, it looks like I see some 48s and some 47s. So let's hope we get there sooner than later. But anyway, shout out to everybody. Hope everybody's doing well, as I always say. Let me see what the chat looking like. Walter Blackman in the building. Salute to you, Walter. Appreciate you. He says, good morning, Ron and Knicks family. Today is game day. Yes, it is. And also, I mean, isn't this a great thing, man? Like, you got to think of all the good things that have happened in these last couple days. First off, right off the bat, the number one most important thing to me is the Knicks have got a lot of rest. I mean, the last time they played was on Tuesday, guys. You get a day off on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. That's nice. You don't get that too much, and especially throughout the course of the season. So hopefully that benefits our Knicks. Let me tell you one thing. There's no excuse for them to come out, you know, tired today. They better not be tired or look tired. Now, they could be a little rusty. You know, maybe the shots won't be falling early. I hope not, but that could happen. But as far as tired, no, they should have a lot of energy. Also, you know, I got the morning cup of Joe or Joanne, however you want to call it. You see it, know the ledge. If you know nothing else, know the ledge. Good stuff. Mm-hmm. Shout out to my guy Darren Wilkerson in the building. Salute, Darren. He said, salute to the 2-punch all-star. Salute Knicks Nation. Yes, that's right. And of course, the other great, really good, great news, however you want to call it, that we found out is that we've got 2 all-star starters. Beautiful thing, man. Jalen Brunson and Karl Anthony Towns representing us. We haven't had that in a long time. It really is a beautiful thing. And just hopefully the Knicks can keep that going, keep the momentum going, and keep playing the way they have played in order to get recognized this way. So, yeah, man. Shout out to Andios NYK in the building. Salute to you, my brother. He says, Knicks Nation, if you're enjoying the content, don't forget to hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, sit back and enjoy the show. Appreciate you, Andios, as always, my guy. Shout out to Mr. Realistic. Oh, and by the way, I mean, if you come here, you already know what it is. Please go support Andios on social media, Instagram in particular. Go show him some love, give him a follow. I mean, like I said, man, he be working hard, man, putting up stuff. As someone who knows that I'm trying to put content on, different levels, it takes time. It does take time, especially if you want to maximize. If I want to put something on Instagram, put something on X, put something on TikTok while it's around, or on Threads, wherever I'm putting stuff, Facebook, it takes time. And yeah, so shout out to him, man. It's not only does it take time to put stuff together, you want to be creative, you want to try to do things a little differently than everybody else who's doing it as well. So yeah, man, shout out to Andios, bro. Does a great job at it. Mr. Realistic, we live. Yes, we are. Let's go. Appreciate you. Thank you for being here. M. Gene is in the building. Appreciate you. He says, yo, what's good? Appreciate you, my guy. It's a John Starks jersey kind of Saturday. I like that. He said for me anyway. I hear that. Shout out to Wonder Woman in the building. Let's go, Wonder Woman. Good to see you. David Smith is in the building. Shout out to you, David, a member of the SKF Army. Salute to you, my brother. He says, salute to Ron in the chat on this cold Saturday. Congrats to Cat and Brunson as all-star starters. Well-deserved. Knicks 17-1 when they have at least 30 assists per game. Ball movement is the key. I can dig it. I can rock with that. That works. M. Gene also said, Wingstop ain't Wingstopping like it should. Well, let me tell you one thing that I feel, Wingstop. Last couple games that Tom Thibodeau has been forced to play a little bit more of the bench, I think you can see that the Wingstop fellas have been playing a little better on defense. And I think if he continues to do this going forward, we're going to start to see them Wingstop in the way we expect them to Wingstop. We got to see, man. Tom Thibodeau is he's a creature of habit. And these guys had 3 days of rest. So you could see him going back to his normal ways. However, I hope he doesn't. I hope he realizes what's taken place over the past 2 to 3 games. And he says, you know what, let's keep that going. I'm going to try my best to keep the rotations going, keep giving these guys some love. Listen, I don't care what nobody says, man. Deuce has to get more minutes. He's got to break out of this funk he's in. All right, we need the contribution from Deuce. Deuce is a very tricky scorer because he can add a lot of value to this team when he gets going. And the other thing is maybe the momentum of being out there, seeing some shots go in, feeling good about himself will get him back on the defensive end. Because, listen, we keep talking about the offense for Deuce. Let me tell you something. His defense has been struggling. I think I already pointed to that before. I see other content creators and stuff mentioning it as well now. Deuce's defense has been a little suspect. We know he's got the skills. We know he's got the talent. But for whatever reason, it hasn't been translating out there on the court. He hasn't been as disruptive as he usually is. And he really don't get steals the way he used to. Like, Deuce is known for getting steals. Hasn't got a lot of that this season. So I don't know what's going on, but I hope we can get him back to where he was so he can be a pest. Remember, we were comparing Deuce at one time to a young Marcus Smart. He hasn't looked very Marcus Smart-ish lately. You know, Marcus Smart may be older now, a little washed, if you will. I don't think he's washed, but you know what I mean? Like not MVP defense caliber the way he was before. But still, for us to even throw Deuce's name in the mix, and Deuce is still a young pup, you know, he got to get it together. Shout out to Lena Franklin in the building. Let's go, Lena. Said, what up, you guys? The queen is back. I'm happy the Westchester Knicks won the game. And my boo, Jacob Toppin, did his thing on the court. I am happy for him. Yeah, no, I mean, it was good to see. It's tough, guys. I'll be honest. I'm not, I like what this does for the guys. I like that it helps their confidence, but it's real fool's gold. I don't know what to really make of it. You know, Jacob Toppin goes to the G League and scores 30. I told you guys before, the G League is a little fugazi for me. They don't play no defense. And it's not knocking these guys because these guys are NBA players, right? You made an NBA roster for a reason. So, yeah, I mean, it's great to see. It's great to see him get a chance to be offensive and go out there and be a big part of the team. But it's just tough to really quantify what you're seeing. You know what I mean? Because I don't know what it is. What is this like? It's just tough, man. Because the good thing is that the best thing from the G League is confidence. That's what I think all of these guys get. Yeah, you could say they go out there and they get to continue to play basketball and keep their skills refined and you know, fresh. But it's more about confidence. It's just going out there and saying, because when you're on the NBA team and you're not a focal point, you're just on the bench collecting splinters. It doesn't really help your confidence that much. It's not like you feel like you stink or you don't deserve it. It's like you just don't see it. Like you don't feel good about yourself. But going to the G League and being able to do stuff like what Jacob Toppin did, or what Moses Brown has been doing every game, it's good for your confidence, right? And it helps you going into. You're like, no, I can play. I mean, yeah, I mean these guys are tough, but I can play. That's what it's about. But then the wake up call too is you go from the G League when they're not playing defense, you come to the NBA, you try to do the same things, and there's somebody in your face, you know. So it's just tough, man. But I always say, man, there's a reason why these guys are on this team. A lot of it does have to do with practice and being able to run around with the starters and stuff like that. But I mean, come on, man. Jacob Toppin's been here a couple years now. This is the second year. You know, sometimes it's nice to give the kid a look here and there. Just saying. I mean, Moses Brown, I don't think is a veteran, so I don't think he gets the veteran minimum. So I know the whole thing, what's going on with TJ Warren. I'm not quite sure why the Knicks can't use Moses Brown, but I mean, who knows? I don't know what he commands. So that's the whole thing about knowing the rules. But you think you look at every other game and you see Moses Brown putting up points and rebounding like a demon and getting blocked shots. You're like, why can't we have that on the Knicks? I don't know. I don't know. But obviously, you know, they're thinking it too. Like, I mean, they brought him back for a reason. I don't think it's just to make their G League team better, but whatever. And also, you do know that these guys do become trade pieces. So the better they do, there's a team out there that's going to look at him and say, man, you know, why not? So, I mean, you know, whatever. We'll see. Well, I don't know, man. It's tough, David. I know we're always going to go back and forth with this one. He says, it's been so obvious Cat is our best player and should be our number one option. Bridges should be our number two option and Brunson number three, and Brunson should be racking up the assist. I don't know, man. I find that tough to believe. I just think that Brunson has to stay in the game. He has to stay, as a part of the offensive structure. He has to get going early in order to be available late. I saw a highlight reel yesterday of Jalen Brunson, and you know what the common denominator was? In a lot of the highlight reel, it was all him hitting big shots in the fourth quarter with a few minutes left, because that is what a closer does, and he is the closest thing to a closer we have on this team. As good as Cat is, you know, you don't necessarily know if Cat is going to be that guy that you can depend on to close out games. Yet I'm not saying he can't, because I swear to you, I do believe he looks a lot better in a Knicks uniform when it comes to his overall play offensively. But Jalen Brunson is taking big shots, man. Jalen Brunson hit I hate to keep bringing it up, but like, you got to have some cojones, man, to be down one and take a 3-point shot when you could miss that three and lose the game. Like, just saying, that's the type of guy you need, and that's not a third option type of guy. So yeah. And let's not forget, Jalen Brunson is also an all-star starter. So it's not like Cat was the all-star starter and Brunson made the reserves. Jalen Brunson is also an all-star starter. Why do we have to continue to have a comparison of who's the number one? Let's just make them 1 and 1A. Let's just go with the matchup, right? Who has the hot hand? To start the game, you move the ball around, you see who's clicking, right? Like, for example, today, if they're playing against Sacramento and they move the ball, Cat gets a couple shots and say, Cat's hitting, right? Brunson gets a couple looks and maybe he misses one or two, whatever. Then maybe you start feeding Cat more, because Cat might be a little hotter. He's got the rhythm. And vice versa. If it's the other way around, you feed Brunson a little bit more. And, because we've seen Brunson score 23 and a quarter. Like, you just got to go with what makes sense. I'm not opposed to either or. Like I said, at one point I said that I think the Knicks should play through Cat. But then I felt like it was starting to take a toll on Brunson because they were going to Cat a little earlier. I felt like Brunson was kind of out of rhythm. And Brunson's kind of struggled all year to get a consistent rhythm, right? Even when it comes to his layups, he's missed layups, his free throws, and that's all focus. He's missed free throws more than he's done in the past. So I just feel like Brunson should go out there and do Brunson, but the team as a whole should be looking to move the ball and also not forget about Cat. Cat doesn't need a lot of shots to be effective. If Cat gets anywhere between 15 and 20, he's a demon. So, and if he gets more than that, he's on one. But yeah, Cat just needs, like, we can't have Cat with no 9 shots or less or some crazy stuff like that. Cat needs 15 to 20 easy, right? But it's just one of them things. But I will tell you, let's not forget, David, that right now Cat's got to get himself back together, because that little thumb injury has been affecting his shot. He's not only missing perimeter shots, but he was missing layups. The last game he looked good. Looks like he kind of figured it out. But that first game coming back, man, he was taking some awful shots, even with his left hand. I was like, what is that about? But I hope he's got it back together, and I think he'll be fine. Yeah, but I hear you, bro. I know you love Cat, and Cat has been great. We don't, in my opinion, we don't win consistently without Cat. Agreed. But we haven't shown that we can win consistently without Brunson either. And let me tell you another thing, which is a part of the thumbnail for today's show. I don't know if it's a guarantee that we'll win today's game if Josh Hart is not playing. Josh Hart has been a big part of this team, guys. His hustle, his assists, his rebounds, and the points that he adds. But even if you want to downgrade the points, because lately his shot hasn't been the greatest, it's kind of come down a little bit. But his rebounding and assists have been fantastic, and his hustle points and steals and stuff like that. It's a big part of this team, man. So we'll see. I hope he's available, but I do know he's questionable. They didn't say doubtful, but I think they said questionable for today's game. So we'll see. All right. Let's see. Where are we? RD Barn is in the building. What up, RD? Appreciate you. Hope you're doing good. He says salute. The Wolf Perry says, "Yup, cold down here." I hear that. HRM the Great is in the building. Salute. What's going on, bro? Jay the Chosen One is here. He said 33. Woohoo! Yes, warm 2 days ago. It was 14 out. Yeah, I guess. Fox might not play tonight. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting to know. Okay. Shout out to Juan B. What's going on, Juan? Jay also says, peace and love to everyone. Stay warm, safe, and in good place. God bless. Yeah, HRM says, yeah, thinks they might come out rusty. Yep. Right. Fritz Alcinda Jr. is in the building. What up, Fritz? Good to see you, my brother. He smashed that like button. Please, guys, go support Fritz, and check out his show, the NBA Economy Show. Also, don't forget his contributions to the Nick of Time show and the Discord and everything he does over there. Appreciate you, Fritz. Jay's Beers is in the building. Sup, fam? Let's go Knicks. Yep. What's going on? Appreciate you. Thank you for being here. NYC B-Ball 08 is in the building. My guy, what's going on, brother? Tendril is in the building. What up, Tendril? Says sometimes when the MSG announcer calls Josh Hart's name after a basket, it sort of sounds like John Starks. And I get nostalgia flashbacks. I could get that. Yeah, he has that voice and it sounds similar. Shout out to Harlem World 2020 in the building. What up, Harlem? Best fans in the world. Salute, Nick fans. Let's go. Jabroni Z in the building. Deuce needs at least 25 minutes per game. He was huge for us in the second half last season. Agreed. I think so too, man. I think Tibbs got to find the way. I know he hasn't, like, technically when you look at how he's played, it doesn't look like he deserves it, but he needs it. And like if you give him more minutes, he can kind of get a rhythm going and get out of that, and he'll start doing more out there. Believe me, because the other thing, you guys think about it like the flip side of it. Deuce has been here 4 years, and he has earned his way to get more minutes last year, to be in that position that they gave him the money. And he was a really big part of last season, the second half, especially like Jabroni's saying. But you don't think that kind of takes a knock at your confidence as well, that you come this way, in the beginning of the season, you're talking to different players like Huck Porty, telling them what you got to do, how you got to be there for Tibbs and all this stuff. And then you don't get a lot of minutes. Like you get, because if you look at on paper, it looks like Deuce is getting more minutes than he did last year. But that's from the start of the season. Like his minutes actually haven't been as high as that in the last whatever, how many games. Plus he's been hurt and stuff like that. So he kind of does need to get back to that 20 to 25 minutes, I think, for him to be effective. And he's also got to get a little bit more shots up, man, because he can help this. You think about, like, a lot of the times we look at our bench, and yes, we know it's not the greatest, but Deuce can score. And Deuce's mid-range game is tight, man. He's kind of straight away from the mid-range shot. Him and Cam Payne could be a nice little 1-2 punch coming off the bench. Cam can score. He's a little streaky, but he's more consistent than Deuce lately. So if you get something from Deuce, the Knicks bench will be a lot better because of it. So I just think that, yeah, I agree. He needs those 20 to 25 minutes. Even if that means resting Brunson or whatever. 718 Fresh is in the building. He says, love the show. Shout out to the Knicks fans. Appreciate you, 718 Fresh. Thank you for being here and rocking with us, man. Ooh-wee. P. Duggar never stays the same. Always changing it up. Shout out to you, my brother. Huck Porty isn't used. I don't know what that's about, but you're right. Knicks will be 2025-26 champs. What's good, people? What's good, my brother? And shout out to you. Thank you for being a member of the SKF Army. Salute to you. We got Ron Mills in the building. What up, Ron? Says, salute, Ron. Imagine if Tibbs put time and effort into the rookies. That's our bench. Playing time is needed for the rookies. Tibbs' ceiling isn't high without playing at least a 10-man rotation. Listen, man, I'll just be happy with a 9-man rotation consistently with a good separation of minutes. 10 is rough for him, and I don't feel like, I think he wants to go 10. I honestly think he wants to go 10, but I don't feel like he feels confident that he's got 10 men that he can depend on. And that's fine. That's fair. But I think he's got 9, and I think he needs to mix those minutes up with the 9. That's all we're asking for, man. Because, even sometimes when he plays 8 or 9, before, if you play the 8th guy 3 minutes and the 9th guy 2 minutes, what is that? That don't matter. You got to give these guys some minutes. That's all we're asking for. I'm going to say this, and I'm going to start saying this till I'm turning blue in the face. I know Tibbs is a creature of habit, all that stuff. It doesn't matter to me if this team, if he don't lessen the minutes of these guys, this Knicks team is going to continue to struggle all year. All he's got to do is keep these guys fresh, and they will produce. That's it. I've already seen enough. They're too talented. They got too much going on. They move the ball better when they're fresh. They up and down the court better when they're fresh. They play better defense when they're fresh. I've seen enough. So no one can tell me anything that right now. I'm done. That's it. The proof is in the pudding. I've seen enough to say you play these guys 30, I don't know, let's say 38 is the high point, but I would love if they played 36 minutes or less. All the starters, 36 minutes or less. That's enough for me. I mean, y'all might be like, that still seems like a lot. Listen, 36 minutes or less is a big difference for these guys, and that's fine. Compared to playing over 40, listen, it's a lot. So, and obviously the consecutive minutes. If you play 7 or 8 consecutive minutes, okay. Playing the 12 consecutive minutes, no. So, yeah. But I definitely, when these guys will get a little bit more rest, you can already see they're playing better. Shout out to Nostalgic Nick. Cat is the best player on the Knicks. Hey, man, listen, if you feel that way, I don't feel like it needs to be that conversation, because you know how when somebody's the best on your team? When you can't win without them, right? And I agree that without Cat, this team, it's tough to win. I don't know if we can win without Cat, but you put Cat out there and let these Knicks go against the other teams in the East and the West, and let campaign run the show or whatever, and see if they can win consistently without Jalen Brunson. And then you tell me if you can say definitively that Cat is our best player. You can't. There's no way. And when it comes down to it, even if they play well, right? In the fourth quarter of games, when you need somebody to hit that shot, when the defense is clamping down, who's going to call their number? Who's going to knock it down for you? That's the type of stuff that separates Brunson from a lot of people, man. I'm not saying Cat ain't the guy. I'm just saying so is Brunson. So it's not about one or the other. It's about them both, in my opinion. But, we'll see. I could be wrong. Maybe Brunson has to sit a couple games and Cat goes crazy and the Knicks just keep winning without him. I don't know. We'll see. But we haven't seen it yet. King Sipes is in the building. What up, King Sipes? So he says Brunson doesn't like seeing Cat shine. I don't know why that would be the case. How can we talk about something we don't know how a man feels? Like, how can we say that we know that definitively? We don't know what Brunson's thinking. Like, okay, let's just say that I mean, what's the argument for that? What is the argument? We had a game the other day where we lost to Detroit, and people were complaining about ball movement. We only had, I think, 26 assists or 24 assists, 25, I think, something like that. I don't know. But Brunson had 11. Does that mean Brunson wasn't moving the ball? Does that mean Brunson threw 11 passes to everybody but Cat? Like, I don't know why people are saying that. There's no truth to it, because we haven't seen, like, it's not like Cat if don't you think Cat is a smart enough guy to know if a person is trying to freeze him out on his own team? Yet I just heard Cat 2 days ago sing Brunson's praises once again. Like, Cat is an all-star. He could talk about, it's a privilege to be an all-star, amongst the best fan base around. I love being here playing for these fans at the Garden. I just want to go represent and talk about himself, right? Why does he have to bring up Brunson or say the stuff he says about Brunson? He could just say, yeah, man, this is great for both of us. He's well-deserved for him as well, and leave it at that. No, but he sings different praises because he doesn't feel that way about Brunson. So why are we feeling that way? That's what I want to know. And you're not the only one to say that, King Sipes. I just don't know why that narrative is being brought up when there's no proof in it. You want to say that Brunson should be passing the ball more, that's one thing. But to say Brunson's intentionally not passing the ball to Cat, or he doesn't want Pat to succeed or be shine more than him, I don't think that's the case. Brunson is a starter in the All-Star team on the All-Star game because he is a alpha, right? Alphas go get theirs. If I don't know who's a good example, like SGA, right? SGA, for example. Anthony Edwards, another example. Those dudes are alphas. But if you listen to them talk, they don't talk like they don't want their other people on their teams to succeed. But if you watch them play, the ball is in their hands a lot, and they're the go-to guys. And when they get it, it's going. Like, it ain't coming out. If you saw Anthony Edwards when he played the Knicks in that second half, when he was cooking, he didn't pass the ball a lot. He did a lot of passing in that first half, but once he started cooking in the second half, that ball became like a black hole because he's an alpha. He's gonna go get it. So that's what I'm saying. I'm like, I don't think it's a Brunson thing versus Cat. I think it's when Brunson is trying to get going and get himself going, he's not thinking about passing the ball to nobody. He's calling his own number and he's trying to go. And there's nothing wrong with the fact, like Jay Chosen says it all the time, like Brunson is not necessarily a facilitator. He's not like a point guard. He's more like an off guard, a shooting guard. Yeah, I agree with that. He's a point, like more like an off guard with the ability to pass the ball. But yes, that's not his main focus. He's not. You don't look at him and say he's like a Halliburton where he passes that way, or he's like a Rayford Trae Young, or it's different. So I get it. Or even a LaMelo Ball, for example. LaMelo is a really good passer, or John Moran is a good passer too. Like, they're different. But let me tell you something about Ja. Unless Ja is being challenged, usually Ja likes to get his team going in the first half of games, but in the second half, he likes to take over. Unless he gets challenged or double teamed, then he'll pass it. But when Ja starts to call his number is going. So, I hear you guys. I'm just saying, I don't think it's that. That's all I'm saying. You're entitled to your opinion, but I don't think it's that. I think he's a alpha, and he calls his number, and that's it. Everybody kind of gets tuned out. Shout out to Wiz BKLA in the building. What up, Wiz? Says, salute, Ron. You didn't dance last week and the Knicks won. Shut up. Okay, I danced today though, so we'll see what that means. So, and the other thing too is, like you say, Brunson started playing how Julius did, only thinking about getting his. But as I mentioned, like, okay, so here's the thing, guys. As I told you guys before, this team has to all buy into this style of play. This 5-out style of play that they got going on, which is great when it works. Everybody's got to buy into it. Brunson is the point guard, yes. And it starts from him. But You got versatile guys on this team. Like OG Anunoby's not a bad passer. He's just not a passer that passes in volume. Mikal Bridges is not a bad passer. Mikal Bridges can do everything with the ball. He's just not a passer that passes in volume. Karl Anthony Towns, we already seen he's not a bad passer. I mean, he throws some wild ones, but he everybody's got to buy in and move the ball. And Josh Hart has shown that he's a really good passer too. Everybody has to buy in and move the ball. In that game, like I told you about, that the Knicks only had 25 or 26 assists, whatever it was. Brunson had 11, but if you look at the other numbers, guys had 3, guys had 2. I think Josh Hart might have had 4. Everybody's got to move the ball. It's not just about Brunson because, one, Brunson's not in the game the whole game, and 2, this year is different, right? And it's another reason why we have to understand that the defense is different around Brunson this year, especially. Every team is doing the same thing against Brunson now. Last year, it was some teams doing it, right? Putting a big body on him, or if not, sending the double at him. This year, every team is doing it. And the only teams that aren't doing it is the teams that don't have a big body. But for the most part, every team is doing it, which makes it tougher for him to score consistently. I get that. Part of the reason why maybe he misses layups or here and there because he's getting more resistance. And the other thing, too, is he forces the issue a little bit more because the shots aren't as easy. Like Brunson does need to get going in every game to be effective down the stretch. Sometimes he forces the issue a little bit more because the defense, he's bullying his way into the paint. But he has to in order to get a rhythm. Because if Brunson don't have a rhythm, let me tell you something, we usually are in for a long game. Because what they do is they notice Brunson don't got a rhythm and he's not hitting from the outside. Then they start doubling or even trying to triple cat. And then what? You might get something out of Mikal, but the way OG's been playing, except for the last 2-3 games, OG's been struggling. And what do we look like? You know what I mean? So it all works in tandem. But I hear you guys. Shout out to David Smith once again. He said it best. The Knicks need to move the ball. 100%. And isn't Brunson averaging a career high in assists so far this year? 7.3 or 7.4, the most he's had in his career. I mean, guys, we just talked about he's not really a facilitator. He's not a pass first point guard, and he's averaging over 7 assists. I mean, come on. I get it, though. I get it, but I mean, we also got to look at what he's doing. All right, where were we? My guy LQ in the building. What up, Luis Quinones? My brother. Happy Saturday. Great pod. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you, man. M. Gene says, I love Brunson, but he's somewhat one-dimensional. Yeah. I mean, the only thing I would say is he can score from all levels on the court. But yes, he's not a defensive player. He's more of a shoot-first type of guard. And yeah, there's no argument there on that. Shout out to Wiz. He says DeJounte Murray was a cheap acquisition and would have been great next to Brunson. Oh, yeah. I mean, he would have been fantastic. But instead of who? Instead of Mikal? Because I think, Mikal and DeJounte are having similar type seasons. I mean, DeJounte is a better, assist person. But Mikal plays better defense than DeJounte. You guys know that, right? Back in the day, we used to think DeJounte was almost a lockdown type defender. And when you look at his defensive metrics, we've come to find out he's not as good defensively as we thought he was. Just want to throw that out there. Shout out to my guy JJ in the building. Salute. Say happy Saturday, brother. Hype for this game tonight. Should be very high scoring. Yeah, could be. You know how they like to do it in Sacktown. Shout out to my guy Shy Powers. Salute. Appreciate you, my brother. Hope you're doing well. One half of the Knicks Real Talk crew. Please go support on YouTube. Show them some love. Shout out to my guy Space Ghost in the building. Salute Ron and SKF family. Always good to see you, Space Ghost. Nick P is in the building. What up, Nick P? Appreciate you, man. Good to see you, bro. Says salute everyone. Oh, the hardest working woman in our Knicks community, the Queen, Steph in the building. Dope Soul Sports Talk. Salute to you. Appreciate you. Please go show Steph some love. Dope Soul Sports Talk, as well as the Queen's Court on the NBK channel. And shout out to my NBK fam. Appreciate. I think we all got to talk, because guess what, guys? In 3 weeks, it's gonna be All-Star time. So you know what that means, right? I gotta start reaching out and let's get this All-Star panel going. I can't wait. I can't wait. So if y'all out there listening, Steph, Shy, y'all know how it is. We want to get the best of the best content creators in our Knicks community for one show. Once again, let's get our all-star panel going. It's our tradition now. Let's keep it going. I will be reaching out. All right. Shout out to Robert Woodard in the building. Salute, Robert. Good to see you. Appreciate you. Tay-Tay's up in here. Let's go. Right. He has to shoot more. No Cap Life's analyst is here. Roll Tide side of the Knicks family checking in. Let's go. What up, No Cap? Ron says this is all on Tibbs. By the time we get to the playoffs, we won't have anything left in the tank. We're gonna look like the 2011 Bulls. Enough is enough. I mean, I kind of agree with you there. I don't like the way things have been going, but I'm hoping they look like they're starting to calm down. I hope. We'll see. All right, let me start to breeze through, get some people up in here, and let's get it going. Humberto de la Ho's in this house. Let's go. What's up? Tibbs only had these players playing long minutes, was slowly building chemistry. Please tell everyone the Knicks need nothing and to stop trying to be Leon the Don Rose. Okay, Humberto, you feel confident in what you see. I like that. Shout out to Randu in the building. What up, Randu? Good to see you, brother. Shout out to Kareem Grant in the building. What's going on, Kareem? Good to see you. Lonnie Meeks is in the building. Congratulations to JB and Kat. Yep. Gideon Amonqua is in the building. What up, G Money? Game has to be played. So, yes, the Knicks can beat the Kings. The question should be, who do you think will win, or what are the chances New York beat Sacramento? Shout out to Annie K in the building. Let's go, Annie. It's a happy Saturday. Also happy to see both Cat and Brunson in the All-Star game. I do think this coach needs to mix things up and not be so predictable and use more players so team not so tired. Yep, I agree with that, Annie. 100%. Shout out to Craig in the building. Salute. We have the top 3 team in the East. OG is not used to playing all these games. 50 games per year, guy. That's true, too. We are definitely getting a lot out of OG this so far. So good. Knock on wood. So, yeah, let's keep it going. All right. Illmaddox is in the building. Shout out to Illmaddox. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. And Esco and Harlem in the building. Shout out to you. Salutations to all. All right. Let me put this link out there. Okay. Knicks will be 2025-26 champ says people's perception of New York will change over the next 3 months, either for the better or worse. We really don't know how good or how mid this team is. It's true. It's kind of tough to gauge what this team is because some of the stuff that we got going on is not all because we don't have talent. Some of it also is because guys are tired. So it's true that it's tough to really say what you're dealing with, because if the Knicks were a little bit more rested, the starters are going to continue to play top-notch basketball. Our starters are some of the best in the league, if not the best starting unit in the league. If you give them rest, they can do some really special things out there. So that's why when people say that some guys are not playing as good as they could, I think that is because a lot of them are tired. If you give them some rest, maybe they can get back to playing the way we expected them to play. So we'll see. Shout out to my guy Jay Boogie in the building. What up, Jay Boogs? So shout out to my family. All-star voting is still going on. Put your votes in for your panelists starting today. Salute, salute, salute. 3 capital S's. Appreciate you, Jay Boogie. Jay Money 318 in the building says, salute, Ron. What moves do you think need to be made for us to win this title, to win the title this year, not just being a contender this year? Honestly, there's only 2 moves that really matter, right? Shout out to me. 3 moves. Only 3 things that the Knicks need to do to have a chance to win a championship this year. 1, they need to get themselves a 6'6" or taller defenders / scoring option that they can bring off the bench, right? Someone who could spell anybody, basically spell Hart, spell OG, spell Matteo, even spell Brunson, depending on what the lineup is out there. They need a 6'6" or taller guy that plays defense that can score a little bit off the bench. And then outside of that, they need a defensive center. He doesn't have to be Mitchell Robinson. Mitchell Robinson would be great, but he's got to be able to play defense and be able to rebound the ball a little bit. I don't even care too much about block shots. Guys, block shots doesn't quantify or, defense. Just because you could block a shot doesn't mean you're a great defender. You can block shots and get cooked. So what we need is a good defender, a tall man who can play the position, that can be a rim protector, which means providing defense at the rim. You don't have to block the shot, but if you can alter the shot or have the defense in a situation where they know they can't score easily down low, that's all we need. We get those 2 things, and we get Tibbs to stop playing his starters 38 or more minutes and stop the consecutive 12-minute quarters. That the Knicks would have enough. They got a lot of players over here that can do some good things. Just keep them rested, keep them fresh. Add those 2 pieces. I think we good. Now, that's not saying that you still got to play the other teams, but I think that's good enough to fight against these other teams. So we'll see. Okay, let me get my guy in here. First off, I would love to see TJ Warren up here. He's not the greatest defender, but we do know he's a bucket. All right, where's my thing? Yeah, here we go. What up, Sha?
What's going down, Ron? What's good? Salute to the chat. Salute to you. Let's get it.
Yeah, man. Appreciate you, man. Good to see you for a little bit. I know you're probably working.
Yeah, you see it, right?
Yeah, brother. What's on your mind, man?
I just wanted to chime in. I'm gonna play I'm gonna be in the background a little bit, but I'm gonna play this scenario out for you. I came to this conclusion over the last couple of days. There's nobody really out there that we could really make a financial trade for without depleting the team. What I think the team needs to do is wait around for Mitchell Robinson. That's the defensive president that you was talking about. Let Jericho Sims go so we can acquire his $2 million plus a trade pick, and bring up Okiki and TJ Warren, 6'7", 6'8". One is a slasher / shooter, and one is a defensive-minded guy that can score the basketball from the G League. and the books will stay the same. We'll get bigger in the second unit. It may relegate Shamif to the bench by bringing TJ and Okiki up. Kiki could play the small forward or the shoot. I don't, how they would work. Maybe one of them could play the small forward, one of them play the a power forward until we can get Mitch back, and we'll still retain Precious Achua. So maybe even that might even expel one of the guys in the starting unit too. I mean, one of the guys in the second unit, maybe the Payne or Shamif or someone like that. So you're looking at Okiki. You're looking at T.J. Warren, Precious, Mitchell Robinson when he gets back, and maybe Deuce or something like that, and Payne to fluctuate if somebody else gets into trouble.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not opposed to it, and that is a likely scenario for these Knicks, especially being that we don't have a lot of options, don't have a lot of money, and we're trying to stay, under that second apron. So I'm not opposed to it at all. It seems like, I think we already know, like I said, everybody, there's one thing you can't deny. TJ Warren can score the basketball. Only issue with him was always, health. And then Chimo Okiki, listen, he's a solid NBA player that just needs a shot. He's already been in the league. He's not going to be, someone that needs to be talked to on how to play in this league. He knows what he got to do. And I think he's a little better equipped and more prepared than, say, a Dottier right now. So I think Tom Thibodeau would be more confident with him. The other thing about Okiki is Okiki can do a lot. He may not be the best defender. He's a decent defender. He's active, but he can rebound. He can shoot. He can assist. He can do a lot of different things out there on the court. So that definitely can help the team.
And both of them are young veterans. Both of them been in the league before. There's someone that'd be a little easier for Tom Thibodeau to acclimate into the system. These guys are not young guys. I mean, these guys are not rookies. These guys have been in the league, and once they can fall into the format of Tom Thibodeau's style of defense, I think these guys are fit in really nice.
Yeah, no, I think so too. Oh, that's good. That's a good statement there. I want to talk about that one. I'll save that for a second. I think that if there's somebody that the Knicks can go get, like because obviously there's so many different names that have been thrown out there, and some people are kind of on the fence about getting rid of Mitch for another offensive big. They rather have the defense coming from the big, and for that they'd rather keep Mitch. I'm okay with that, but the name that I wasn't really stressing too much at the time, but I put a lot of thought into it. I don't mind Javonte Green, man. I don't mind Javonte Green. I've watched him play against us with the Bulls. He used to give us fits. He used to give us some problems. He could get hot. He lit us up a couple times. I think he scored 18 once against us, and that kind of helped them beat us. His defense is very active. He blocks shots because he's got such a great leaping ability. I don't mind Javonte Green, and I think they could get him without giving up a lot, whether that be Jericho Sims or whatever I don't know, but I think they could get him without giving up too much. So if they could keep, wait for Mitch, bring in Javonte Green, and still bring in maybe one of the guys that you mentioned, whether it be Okiki or Warren, I would probably say maybe Warren gets to look first. If you bring in Javonte, because Javonte is the defensive guy, you probably want another, versatile option and a scorer. Of course, that does mean they have to get rid of somebody that's on the team, because we're talking about, I don't know, but we'll see. I do think though the Javonte Green thing, I'm warming up to it. I see it. I see the value in it now.
I've been talking about him for about a week or so, maybe 10 days or so. I like him. His money matches. I think he would be the major thing that I think is about all these guys that we're talking about in the East, the Greens, the Alec Burks, The guy from Philly, oh my gosh, the guy with the wild hair that was supposed to been here about 3 years ago.
You talking about man? I was just talking about it all last week. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oubre.
Thank you.
Oubre. All of these names that we like and that we think that we could get and the money can match and all that stuff, all of those things that we're talking about, they're all in the East. And the East teams, to me, in my opinion, don't want the Knicks to get better. They're already scared of the Knicks right now. This team's been playing how many games together, and they're already in the third position and stuff like that. These teams in the East do not want to make us better. We ain't getting no trade with Milwaukee. We ain't doing no trade with Chicago. We definitely are not getting a trade through with Miami. You know what I mean? In my opinion. So, those names that we mentioned, I would love to have Oubre here. I would love to see Green here and stuff like that. But they're on the East. And those East teams do not want to do business with the New York Knicks.
Yeah, that's true. Shout out to Nick Yak real quick. He says, Ron, you're not okay with Mitch now after all the shows saying availability, but welcome to the Mitch Hive. No, I'm okay with Mitch. Guys, you don't understand. I don't have a problem with Mitch. I have a problem with the worst case scenario. The worst case scenario is that Mitch comes back and then he can't stay healthy. I do think Mitch is coming back. I just don't know how long he's going to be here when he comes back, because that's my problem. You guys got to understand. When I've watched this so many years with Mitch, when Mitch comes back from injury, which anybody who comes back from injury, they got to get going. They got to get their wind beneath them. They got to get their reps up. They got to get comfortable. I've watched Mitch have to struggle, a bunch of games to kind of get his wind underneath him and all that good stuff. And then as soon as he looked like he was going good, he got hurt again. I'm like, what? Come on, baby. Like, that's all I'm worried about. It's not about what Mitch can do for you. Like, I want Mitch out here. I just want Mitch to be healthy. And here's the biggest thing. I will be more upset. It's not his fault, but Mitch said, I'm not coming back until I'm 100% healthy. And we still haven't seen Mitch, right? So that means when we do see Mitch, he's supposed to be 100% healthy, is what I'm trying to say. So that's all I got. That's all I'm throwing out there. All right, I'm done. Jay, what's going on, my brother?
Chilling, my brother. How we doing today?
Not too bad, man. It's another Saturday. We're blessed. We're alive. We're here to talk about our Knicks. What else can we ask for?
We're inside.
Yeah, we're inside. Facts. And shout out to everybody out there. Listen, man.
Yep.
I'm not getting into me too much, but I've always been like, that's just how it's been. Okay. I went to school for marketing. I went to school for finance. I'm not doing either of those, but I'm still in the office. I've always been the office dude. I know there's other people out there that work hard. They use their hands. They use their muscle. They're out there in the streets in the cold and in the extreme heat. Shout out to all those people that work outdoors, man. It ain't easy. So appreciate all y'all.
Word, and prayers to the people who have to sleep out there.
That's 100%. Yeah.
Hopefully, they're being helped in the right way. But either way, it's a blessing to be indoors talking about our favorite team. I get a kick out of everybody, sometimes people we greet each other differently, right? We all greet each other, and some people like to dive right into it, and I'm a handshake. Let's talk about it later. After that, we say hello type first. But everybody's different, and I'm really cool with that. And I think that's the way the world should tick. But I said it even right before you mentioned me in that thing. I actually typed that. I posted a comment that Brunson's an interesting guy. He's at an all-time high in assists. No one's happy. He's scoring 26 points a game. Even. No one seems to be happy. The 7.3 or maybe 7.5 assists he's getting, that adds to about 14 to 21 points. So now you're talking about a man who is a part of over 40 points, right? Maybe 60 points on some nights of your entire game.
Mm-hmm.
Right? He is not Halliburton. He's not that type of guy. He is a tough son of a gun. And the difference between Cat and what he does, you can't compare him, man. There's apples and oranges. There's a center and a guard. One. This is a guy who could create his own shot to a guy who needs to be fed the ball. Two. You know, I could keep going and going and going about it. They do have similar deficiencies, but you know, and shout them both out that not only did they make the damn thing, but they're starting for the first time. Two Knicks are starting together since 1973.
It's a
We're
beautiful
witnessing,
thing.
we're alive, we're here to see something that hasn't happened over 50 years. So that's a blessing. I think Josh got gypped. I think he's always going to get gypped because he doesn't get a ton of points. And because if he was to bump that number up to like 16, you can forget about it. He'd be every year because it'd be 16, 10 and 10 or whatever it might be. You know, the numbers 10 and 11, whatever it might be.
Right.
So, but I think he's the engine of the team. I think people should stop looking at look, I'm not telling you how to look at things. The way I look at it is, it'd be a really interesting test to see if they played JB, the captain, who, by the way, Cat calls every time they refer to him, the cat as Cap, the captain.
Mm-hmm.
And I read a comment that Brunson didn't like. They are constantly talking on the side of the bench. That's all Cap and not captain. And you know, it's I kind of lost my train of thought there, but I was like, shout out to these guys. I think that it's, like I said, it's unfortunate, but we should be really excited. And you know what? They're positive. Did you hear what Cat said? He said they interviewed him. Said, "Is your thumb affecting your shot?" Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah. He said, "I'm doing bad down by threes." He goes, "I am." Oh man, I am. Yeah. Oh, what am I? He's talking to reporters. He goes, "Oh, 1-9. Oh man, that's bad. Better than 0 for 9, though, right?" So you know what? And I laughed. I'm thinking, like, good, man, good for him. Like, you know, like, look at that. Who cares? He gets it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so feed him down low more. But I really hope that Tibbs stays on what he's doing. I think that he's lighting a fire under McHale and under OG in different ways, and even under Brunson in some ways. And it's also helping them in their minutes. Their minutes went down. They were 1, 2, 3. I don't believe they are anymore. And
yeah. I'm not sure. I haven't checked, but you might be right.
I'm going to actually check. Not to stop the show at the same time, but I'm just saying, like, so, you know, Payne playing really great ball when he wasn't taken out incorrectly. And, you know, I would like to see Deuce play a little bit better. But, yeah, we're going to need these guys. We're going to need every single guy. You know, we're going to need Precious to step up. And I think we're going to see some moves, and people are going to have to get used to that. You know, we need some moves. I like that damn move you're talking about, Javante. I like that move a lot. You're talking about a 6'5" guy who is good for at least a steal a game, who's in your face, who could spell some time from anywhere from the 2 to the 4 at 6'5". He could spell some time like that.
I mean, I like the fact that he's even though like a lot of people are looking for a 6'6", 6'7" type guy, Javonte Green plays bigger, and the dude can jump out the gym, man. And he's shooting 38% from three this year. He shoots 35% from three for his career, but he's shooting 38% from three this year. He shot 37 last year. He shot 37 the year before that. You know what I mean? So he's a decent 3-point shooter. We've seen him get hot against us personally, and we also know that when when he gets the moments, when he gets the opportunity, it's not, he can do other things. He can pass the ball, but he can rebound, and he's got a good motor defensively. So I think that's the type of guy that would work for the Knicks, man. Sometimes you can't get the flashy star player, but you can get somebody that complements your team well, and I think that would definitely complement our bench.
Yeah, definitely. And the thing is, he's not in our division. I would love to get Kelly Oubre. I really would love to get Kelly Oubre. I think he's the type of guy, and we watch it during our game when we face them, where he was up in the face. His arms are longer than his whole fucking, well, pardon my language, his family show. Is I just, a lot going on in my life.
Don't worry about it, brother.
I usually don't do that. I'm mad at myself.
We got you. You caught yourself. That's all that matters.
Yeah. I'm sorry about that. So he's got long arms. He's in your face. He's a dunker. He's bringing to the basket. But what's the realistic possibility of Philadelphia, who most rivaled city against New York in every sport, would give us a fair trade for Kelly Oubre?
I can't see it. And honestly, I think Philadelphia needs Kelly Oubre. So it's kind of like, what would they get back from the Knicks to help them right now? I don't think we got anything to help them that we want to give them. So I think they're better off keeping Kelly Oubre. This is what we're going to give them. Jericho Sims. They're going to need Jericho Sims when Joel Embiid comes back. And then you got the Bigfoot dude, Drummond.
The guy who says best rebounder ever.
Yeah, Jericho's not playing over. Like, what would be the point? So I don't know what we would give them. It doesn't make sense. They're not Drummond. Yeah, I don't think. I don't think that we got anything for them. And if we gave, and we definitely. First off, the other thing is, I mean, Kelly Oubre would help, but we don't really got nothing for them. Would you want to give them something that you don't want to give at all? But like, what if we had to give Philadelphia Tyler Kolek? I'll just throw up right here. You kidding me? I'll throw up right here. Are you kidding me?
I was looking into it. They probably want Kolek, Poitier, and Sims.
Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm not giving.
And that second round pick shot we were talking about the other day, or whatever round pick, they really would do that, or they're gonna want to package something else for Mitch.
And I also don't think that the Knicks are in a position. I think Kolek's name is always going to get mentioned, but Kolek can't go anywhere because the Knicks don't know what they're going to do next year, and there's no guarantee. The way Campaign is playing right now, he's looking pretty good in less minutes. He's only playing 12 minutes a game, or if that, and he's doing some good offensive work out there, and defensively he hasn't looked bad. So he's basically making a name to get some money from somewhere, and the Knicks may not be able to give him the money. So you keep Kolek because you may need Kolek next year. I don't see it.
Yeah, there was a really quick, I don't know if you noticed or not, but they shot, what's the kid's first name? Cohen? Maybe he's busy right now.
He might be
Jeremy Cohen, maybe. No, that's my friend's name.
I think there is a Jeremy Cohen.
Knicks Film School.
Knicks Film School, right?
Okay,
yep.
So Jeremy Cohen. Okay, so I have a friend named Jeremy Cohen. Okay, so look, he broke down a trade that was possible, but it included Kolek, and that was the problem. It was Kolek, Sims, and that pick from the Wizards or
So
whatever,
maybe it's Milwaukee's pick.
whatever that is, the first
I
round pick.
I don't know.
Right. I always think it's Detroit or the Wizards. I can't remember which one it is. But for Cam Thomas, who's only making $4 million this year. Now, I'm going to tell you something. If he was healthy, and if we, you know what we do every time with the ifs, but if he was healthy, I would consider that trade. And the reason why I would consider that trade is because as much as I think that people really don't get what a beautiful draft that was for us. The Kolek being a 4-year college player, led the country with assists, could see the court different than most people at his age, and got paid the highest for any second rounder ever. That's hard to give up. But Cam Thomas is a bucket. He is a walking bucket. And because he's making $4 million, it's doable. Here's the problem. You go do that, try to figure out how to pay Mikal and Thomas the next go around. But it's something to think about, because I hear that's that's been on now this morning too. The third time I've heard it from 3 different places.
I mean, that's like a realistic slam, like not slam dunk, but like a go get it type move. Like that's a let's let the chips fall where they may. Don't get me wrong, Cam is a bucket, and he is like, he's all like, your chips are all in that basket with Cam. He's basically TJ Warren on steroids. Like, he's a bucket.
Right.
Yeah.
So, I got a question for you really quick. It's gonna stir a pot. You have so it's Sims, it's that pick, and you get a choice. I don't know if this would work financially, but you get a choice. You have to throw in one more person, maybe slight, maybe because Shaman can't get traded. Would you let go of Kolek, or would you let go of Darier? If they said, I'll take either one.
I mean, if they said I would take either one, I'd let go of Dadier first.
Me too.
Yeah.
We're going to get a lot for that today. You know that, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, for Cam Thomas, Dadier's out here. I mean, not for nothing. Shout out to all y'all. You know, I love Tyler Kolek. For Cam Thomas, Kolek's out of here too. Like, what are we doing? I can't. Right. Cam Thomas is a bucket. Now, here's the problem. There's a couple things I have an issue with Cam Thomas about. One, he is 6'3", right? So that doesn't help us size-wise. And he's not a defensive player. He gets cooked on defense. He's not a
walking bucket.
Yeah, but he is a walking bucket. Now, the problem with that is I don't think the Knicks can make that move for Cam Thomas, because he is a walking bucket. He was averaging 24.7, almost 25 points per game. Obviously, I know he's on Brooklyn, and Brooklyn had nobody, so he's getting a lot of touches. He's not going to get that same level of touches with the Knicks if he comes here. But for him and the NBA Players Association, he's going to quantify his value as, I'm getting these touches because I'm here on the Knicks. But you can see when I'm the man, I get put up 25 points per game. So that's my value. And the Knicks can't afford that value. Knicks got to figure out how to pay Bridges. They're not going to be able to pay Bridges and pay Cam Thomas. And so therefore, you're basically doing this as a renter player. And if you don't win the championship this year, what have you done? That is the problem with Cam Thomas.
I agree with you 1,000%. And he's hurt right now, which is, a little even makes it worse. However, Cohen said the same thing. He said he's going to command no matter. First of all, he did a lot of that scoring off the bench because they had the team, whatever, in his career. he would obviously do it off the bench here. He still would command at least $16 million a year.
Right.
That's what this guy was saying. About 16 to 20.
Right. Yeah.
So
I mean, but it's tough. It's a tough one. It's something you would have to think about, but realistically, is no way because the Knicks can't. Knicks can. They're figuring out how they can afford the guys they got on the team now. There's no way they could pay Cam Thomas. Cam Thomas on the last year of his rookie deal. Oh, he's going to get paid. So yeah, there's no way. I can't see it. This guy's a bucket. This reminds me, and it's funny how things happen. That's how life imitates life, right? This reminds me of the same thing, but it was different because other circumstances changed things around. This is the same thing that happened with Colin Sexton, guys. If you remember when Colin Sexton came off of his rookie deal, he was averaging 20 plus points a game, and teams couldn't afford him. And then he wound up taking less money initially, but he was worth more. And they gave him a I don't know, I think it was 3 years, 60 million. So he got 20 million per, which he could have gotten more money, but that's what it turned out to be. But Cam the Knicks can't even afford to give this dude 20 million per. Like we ain't even got that for him. Like, so
no,
it ain't gonna work.
I wonder though if Bridges would do, if Captain would talk to him a little bit and they would try to figure it out. Because
Jay, even if Bridges took a discount with all the money they got tied up in Cat and Brunson, even with what Brunson's making, what OG's making, they can't afford to pay another
that's
dude.
Where they really blew it. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, the money wise, I'm saying it was tough.
Yeah,
not that we shouldn't have him. He's fantastic. Yeah, anyway, I was throwing it out there to make it more of a mess and, just whatever.
Appreciate you. Yeah, hold on. I got you, Double A. I dropped it, but maybe it's gone. I'm going to drop it again. There you go. So let me get to a couple things, a little housekeeping, a couple things I saw in the chat. Shout out to Jermaine Royster in the building. What up, Jermaine? Good to see you. He had sent this earlier. I didn't get a chance to get to it. Shout out to my guy King Ribby in the building. What up, King Ribby? Good to see you, brother. Hey, what's in your mug? Well, nothing now. I drank, but it was something. I am Big Buddies in the building. Salute to you. It's the end of January when Mitch is coming back in April. Get rid of the bum. Woo-hoo. Okay. Say it with your chest, man, Big Buddy. I hear you. Okay.
Well, it's not far away.
Tough. It's tough.
It's a tough one.
You know what it is.
Yep.
Shout out to P. Duggar. Thank you for the generous super chat. He says Brunson's superstar time every year is February to June. That's a fact. He does turn it on. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. And shout out to P. Duggar once again. Thank you for the generous super chat. He says Guts moved to win, and now Riley would do Jimmy over OG. I don't know, bro. Jimmy Butler is a very good player. Playoff time. He's the guy, right?
Yep.
He's the guy. Oh, here you go. He's the guy. Like you definitely want to say that when it comes to playoffs, he steps up his game and he's the guy that you need. But you got to deal with him in the regular season too. You also got to deal with the fact that he's used to being the man. And we're having a conversation right now about who's the man on this team when we really don't need to, but we are. You can't bring Jimmy in and blow this whole thing up. You got Brunson, you got Cat, you got very good, contemporary pieces in OG and Macau. You want to bring Jimmy Butler in here, another alpha. It's not about him getting the ball. It's about things going the way that he wants them to go. And let's not forget what happened in Minnesota with Cat.
I say that.
Let's not forget that. Now, I will say that they're both in a different place. Cat is a smarter, more mature man now. I think he understood what Jimmy Butler and what Patrick Beverley was trying to tell him back in the day. I think he gets it. That's the same thing I think he got what Tibbs was trying to tell him. He gets it now. but still, Jimmy is a wild card, man. He's a very brash type dude, and I just don't know if it's worth it. The guy, for the most part, he's a lull you to sleep old school dude. You know what I mean? He might drop 7, he might drop 15, he might drop 30, but you don't know which Jimmy you're going to get on a night in and night out basis. And he only really cares about the playoffs. Jimmy is not a regular season dude anymore. He's a playoff dude. So I don't know about Jimmy Butler, man. And it's making like 50 million somewhere around. Like, I'm cool. I'm cool. I don't know. I know you would basically trade OG's contract for Jimmy's, but you'd probably also have to add something else to it to bring in Jimmy. And
you know what? Jimmy visibly quits on his teams. He just literally quits on his coach, but that's his team. Like he quits on, like right there on the court, right in the middle of the game, right as they're doing it. If you don't believe me, go back and look at tape of any of those games where he's pissed off. He'll stop playing. He'll do he'll stand like this in the corner while the ball's going like that. I'm not with that.
Yeah,
not with that.
Yeah. I don't know. That's a tough one for me. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Double A, what's going on, my brother?
Gentlemen.
Peace, Double A. Peace.
Salute to Jalen Brunson and Cat. Yes,
wait,
we have two.
Jalen Brunson and Cat. Hold on. Wait. Might as well do this now. Let's go. Shout out to our boys. All right, let's go. 2025 All-Star starters, Jalen Brunson and Karl Anthony Towns. Let's go.
Hell yes.
Now, do we want to break that up? And you gentlemen are right. By bringing in egomaniac Jimmy Butler, that's too much personality for the Knicks. And you know what? I'm petty. I'm very petty when it comes from you disrespecting my Knicks, and he just loves to disrespect the Knicks. I mean, last year, and shout out to Pat Riley for shutting his mouth when he was disrespecting the Knicks. Pat Riley said, "If you ain't playing, you shouldn't even be talking. You shouldn't even be open up your mouth." So shout out to Pat Riley. But who wants him, man? He just, he's a great player, bro, no doubt, but I don't know. It's just like LeBron James. I wouldn't want LeBron James on the Knicks. I wouldn't want KD on the Knicks. As good as they are, I wouldn't want Draymond Green nowhere near the Knicks. You know what I mean? It's just some players, man, they just rub you the wrong way. And you know how it is. Thanasis Antetokounmpo.
Oh, don't do it to me, Double A. Oh, man. Double A is definitely someone who watches this show.
It's him and Thanasis, boy. Him and Rudy Gobert, Thanasis. That's your all-star team right there.
Oh, boy. And the other thing, Double A, I don't to cut you off. When Pat Riley says it, that he's not even that, he wasn't even that sure that Jimmy Butler is worth what he's looking to get, anymore, because he's been in the league a long time, and you watch Jimmy 35. Butler day in, day out. Jimmy Butler, hold on. Let me put some facts behind my statements. Jimmy Butler.
35-year-old man.
All right, let's see. Come on. Okay, here we go. All right. Hold on. Give me a second, guys. Let me pull this up so everybody can see it. All right, now I got to remove this. Man, I'll be happy.
Shot's incognito today. What's up with that?
Yeah, he working, man. He out here. He on the job. Okay. Let me add that. Sorry. Let me remove this. Boom. There we go. Let's go this way. That's crazy. All right. So this is
getting fancy.
Yeah, we try.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is Jimmy Butler. Can I hate my man? Let me tell you something. Get yourself a regular PC. These Macs, man. Okay.
I'm telling you, you're not lying. I'm in the music business. That's the only time I use Mac is for music. Any other time, I will never use it. Ever.
So what you do, Jay? You say you're the music. What you?
What is
I'm not
this?
gonna take over the show with that. I'll text
There you
it to you in the private chat. Yeah.
Okay, so this is what Jimmy's at, right? All right, as you guys said, he's 35 years old. He's 6'7", good height, 230 pounds, solid. You know how he is. Averaging 17 points per game, 4.8 assists, 5.2 rebounds, shoots 80% from the free throw line, 36% from three, 54% from the field, plays 30 minutes. Is that a dude that's worth 50 million?
No, not at all.
That's the thing. And he, in his mind, I'm 50 million, baby.
We don't need 18 points, bro. We need defense and length. That's what we need. We don't need 18 points. We got plenty of points. We score plenty of points. Our problem is guarding and keeping people down. But hopefully we overcoming that, man. I see old Tibbs is lengthening the line rotation, Ron.
Yeah, I mean he's had to do it. We know he was forced to do it because of foul trouble and stuff, but it's still out of Tibbs' mouth. The game will tell you what you need to do, and you got to watch the tape. He's obviously got to see the tape that, oh man, I've been forced to play these guys less minutes, and they've been playing better. Like you can't keep avoiding that. It is what it is. So yeah, I mean, I think that's the case. Hold on. There was somebody said something. There it is. Annie K says, on many occasions, I noticed that when Cat asks for the ball, Brunson either ignores him or looks him off. Doesn't he trust Cat? Am I imagining this? Here's what I want to tell you guys. Okay.
As a point guard, there's such a thing, Annie, as looking away. You don't want to look directly at the person you want to give the ball to because you're telegraphing. You know what I'm saying? So there's a look away, that type of stuff. Sometimes it's signal. I think they're playing well together from my point of view.
Right.
I think they play well together.
I think the other thing too is Cat is always going to want the ball, guys. Cat is a scorer. Cat has been the number one option on his team. He's been different options, but he is a scorer. Like OG is a complimentary player. Macau, as much as he was the scorer with the Nets when he had to be, he still understands being a complimentary player, especially playing with Jalen Brunson. That's his boy. He knows how they get down. Cat is the one guy who's going to continue to ask for the ball because he's an alpha dude. So it's not like necessarily he's looking him off not to give him the ball. It's that Cat is always going to ask for the ball. Brunson has to make a decision. Do I give the ball up or do I go get mine? Because I have the ability to go get it right here. Now, if he continues to do it in mismatches or in double teams and forcing the issue, that's when you can look at it and say there's a problem there. But he doesn't always do it that way. It's that Brunson is an alpha as well. And we know Brunson is a scorer. He can score. And the good thing about Brunson is we've seen him take up to 30 shots because nobody was hitting and he had to do it. We've also seen Brunson score efficiently in 18 shots. Was he 12 of 18 the other day? It just all depends on what the night gives you. But I think this whole thing about him and Cat is there's no smoke there. Where there's smoke, there's fire. There's no smoke there. We just seeing something, and we think that Brunson is calling, not passing the ball to Cat. No, Brunson's not passing the ball to anybody. He's calling his own number, and he's gonna go get it. Now, if he can't go get it, he will pass the ball. Or if the game plan dictates something, I told you guys before, we need to stop necessarily looking all the time at Brunson. If you feel the ball is not moving a certain way or the offensive scheme is not looking a certain way and they're not doing something, you have to point the finger at the coach. The coach has the whistle. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's Tibbs. Anyway.
In the game when he brought Payne in, or was it Deuce? I'm not quite sure. I can't remember right now. With Brunson, you saw a whole different dynamic, and I'm gonna stick by this on a regular basis. I really believe that if they had the cojones to put a pass first
Point guard, yeah.
point guard out there and allowed JB to play 2 guard, that if on any given night he could drop 40 on a regular, and that would still include Cat getting 20 to 25 points a game with about 15 rebounds, because remember, there's only about maybe 2 other people in our thing that create their own shot. So he could still create his own shot, or he could have a shot, or he could get himself open like he normally does to shoot the ball from somebody else who's creating that shot for him.
Are you talking about situational,
right,
Jay? I'm sorry.
Last second. If they set the pick right, which they've been working on, it looks like a little bit, then there would be multiple people open. So it could go to Brunson first, and he might just throw it over to McCall, or he might throw it into Towns. But however it works out, I still don't think he's naturally what everybody can't blame him for that. He's at his highest career number, and it's 7 something. Think about that. Not really a big deal.
Well, I was going to say, Jay, you got a great idea, man. But remember, that would be at the cost of either Hart or somebody. Somebody we ain't going to be playing. And Hart, with the numbers he's playing. And why can't they do that with Bridges, man? Bridges can handle the ball. Hart can handle the ball.
Hart can handle the ball too, right?
Yeah.
But also, remember, Hart came off the bench. If you do that at the cost of Hart, now you're adding to the bench. Now, what are you adding to the bench? You're adding 10 points, 15 rebounds, 12 points, 15 rebounds, and 10 assists to the bench. And we're missing all of those numbers actually on the bench. Is why we were so dynamic last year, is because there was 2 people on the bench that could score and be starters at any given moment, and that was Debo and Hart.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, I think it's a win-win no matter how you paint it. Let's say for this case it's Deuce, right? I think that if they taught Deuce, Payne is probably more natural at it at this point in his career. But if they gave him more minutes, and he could shoot the 3, so maybe Payne gets about 8 points, but he definitely gets about 8 to 10 assists if they gave him 30 minutes. Now, I'm not advocating for all that, but what I'm saying to you is, or maybe I am. Because what you could do is you could switch people in and out more fluently, and now they're at 30 minutes a game each, not 40 or 38. And that would be more normalized.
Well, if you play somebody 30, it only leaves 18 minutes at that position. You know what I mean? So if Hart goes to the bench, he ain't going to have those numbers because he ain't going to be playing, whoever you're playing at point guard instead of Brunson is going to take up those minutes. Otherwise, what you're saying, the plan is like not going to be. I mean, I advocate for that, and I said that in the beginning of the season that I'd like to see Brunson play shooting guard. And believe it or not, the person I think that he could trust with it, like you said, Jay, has got to be somebody that can handle the ball, plus somebody that's a 3-point threat. What about Kolek? You know what I mean?
I think maybe next year we'll see that, and I think I would love that. I think I would love that. Because
he's got tons of assists, you know what I mean? And he can shoot really good, so that would be a look. But I would look for that situational because, Hart's still going to get his 30 to 35 minutes. That's just the way it is. Tibbs trusts him. Brunson's going to get his. So
100%. 100%.
But I agree with you.
Kolek was brought here for that.
Yeah. But I agree with you. That would free Brunson a lot, and it would take a lot of pressure off him because right now, as it is, he's working so hard. Especially when they put a big guy like Kelly Oubre on him. You know what I mean? He's got to go through that and go through screens and blah blah. So he's working twice as hard for his shots. But like you said, doing that opens it up for him. Because now, he don't have the responsibility of bringing the ball up. So that frees him,
Right. Because I feel, don't you feel, Ron, that he feels that on his back? Like, I'm the point guard. Oh, now we have Cat here. I gotta have to have at least 7, 8 assists in this game. It changed his game a little bit, and we all saw it. We're watching it. And we're blaming one thing, we're blaming the coach, we're blaming that. But how about the fact that he feels the pressure that now he has to become this pass first type of point guard, which he's not naturally ever been.
I think that is part of the reason why he struggled a little bit early in the season. I think he had a hard time trying to figure out how he was supposed to act out there, knowing that now he's got, this 5-out type of scheme and all these different guys that can contribute, especially having Cat here. I think Brunson was kind of a little bit lost himself. He didn't say it the way Josh Hart said it, but I think Brunson didn't know how to play. And I think once Brunson started calling his own number again and getting back to the Brunson that we saw last year, who would just take over games and do, that's what Brunson is, guys. You can want him to be something else. Brunson is just going to be what he is.
And he's never going to be a 10 assist guy.
He's
but you
not.
got to understand that's why they got Bridges and they got Hart, because they're playmakers too. And now we see Cat. Cat has some nice assists and passing and things. So, it's kind of like a group thing now. You know what I mean? Where they can, each, pass the ball well and each get assists. Because now Hart is consistently in that 6-7 assist range too. You notice that every game. He's 6 or 7 assists. Brunson is 6 or 7 assists. Mikal, he's got his assists. Towns got his assists. So I like the way they're moving the ball, man. And let's remember, for all it is, Brunson is only scoring 2 points less a game, and he's still an all-star. A starter at that. So he's on the one, bro. He's on path. He's on track. Cat's on track. The only persons I'd like to see more consistently out of is our wings, man. We got a lot vested in those guys. We got 5 number one picks invested in one guy and $40 million a year invested in other guys. So I'd like to see them, more consistently step up, man, and do the things that we brought them here to do. Don't worry about the scoring so much. Yeah.
Let me say. Let me see. Where is this? Oh. Shout out to Pete Duggan. Thank you for the generous super chat. He says only non-players would say no to Jimmy. He's perfect. I don't know. I don't know if I would say that he is perfect. Listen. Bottom line,
players would say that. So you're saying that only us would say that.
Yeah. Look, the bottom line here is Pat Riley has issues with Jimmy Butler, and Pat Riley is a dog in his own right. He loves guys that have spunk and fire. Do we not know how Miami plays? Miami is one of the dirtiest teams in basketball. They have a certain kind of charisma to them.
Pat Riley, remember what he did to us when he came? Everybody thought he was bringing Showtime, and he brought black and blue. That's what he brought.
Right. So he's telling you that he's kind of tired of Jimmy's song and dance, right? I already showed you Jimmy Butler's numbers. He's averaging 17 points per game. Jimmy is making $48 million this year, and he has one more year on his current deal, I believe. I think. Anyway, either way, if he has more or not, he's scheduled to make $52 million next year. I don't think the Knicks want to invest that type of money in Jimmy Butler. Okay, well, you might say, but this is Jimmy Butler. He's prime time. Jimmy Butler is playoff basketball, playoff Jimmy. Jimmy Butler's got multiple Oh, wait. Jimmy Butler has no championships. So what are we doing? What are we talking about here? We're talking about a guy who plays hard, who always shows up, who fights, but he hasn't won anything. So can you confidently say you bring Jimmy Butler here, we win in a championship? You can't.
And remember, when he come here, he's not going to have the same shot attempts. Like you said, we got Brunson, we got Cat, we got Mikal, or whoever say you move OG for him. He's still not going to get the shot attempts he got in Miami right? What's he going to be? The third option? Is he going to be happy with that? Hell no. Hell no. Not Jimmy Butler.
I'm not saying that I don't think. Look, the flip side is okay. Look, I just said that the Knicks need. Let's be realistic. Let me get out my head for a second. Hold on. He's 6'7", right? We just talked about. I said Knicks need a 6'7", 6'6" type dude. He's 6'7", perfect, right? I said we need somebody who's defensive. Yeah, he's defensive. He's not the same as he was before, but he's still very good defensively. Okay, so technically he fits the mold perfectly, right? He also has the experience. You know, he's got the guts to do what needs to be done, right? And then if you have Mitchell Robinson and he's healthy, technically this could be the final piece. Just want to put that out there. Devil's advocate. Jimmy Butler, if you're able to swing him, he could be the final piece. But what you guys are forgetting here is I'm talking about we need another person in a 6'6", 6'7" guy to go with what we already got. We get Jimmy Butler. OG's got to go. Then what are we doing? All we did was replace OG with Jimmy. Does that make us better? No, it's the same. It's like what do we do?
We give up a younger, more defensive-minded person, somebody who's locked down for the next few years, for somebody who's getting ready to like make, cat money. You know what I mean? And he's 35 years old.
On his way out. Like he's 35 years old.
And he's been a part-time player for the last 3 years. Yeah, he's been playoff Jimmy, but he ain't been regular season Jimmy. You know what I'm saying? So you got to deal with that.
How do you trade a 27-year-old for a 35-year-old?
I don't do it.
I don't know. I hear you guys, and maybe Jimmy gives you that extra that you need, but you still are missing something. If we bring Jimmy here for OG, what happens to the bench? Don't we still have a poor bench? Still the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, guys. That's all I'm saying. I'm not. Don't get me wrong. If we could add Jimmy with what we got, oh yeah, but we can't. So, and you basically put yourself in a situation where you see. I guess I'm thinking about the long picture too, because there's no guarantee the Knicks are going to win the championship this year, right? Or even next year. But we put ourselves in a position to have a fighting chance to be out there this year, and then maybe be even better for next year. But with Jimmy, you bring Jimmy in, you get rid of OG. Now you got Jimmy for 1 or 2 years, right? The half of this year and next year. And after that, the Knicks ain't re-signing Jimmy, a 36-year-old at that point, wanting to get 50+ million. No, they're not going to do that, right? But now, not only do you not have OG, a younger player, you're going to lose Jimmy, and you gave up all the draft assets to get Macau, and you've done, you don't have nothing to go get nobody anymore. So now what do you do? I don't know, guys. I'm just
right. And then he's $50 million at 36. So it's even more. None of it.
More of a gamble too.
Yeah, and
see,
I don't care what people say. Cancerous is a word, right? I had cancer, right? But there's a different type of cancer. There are people who take down teams. When you quit on a team, and you've done it multiple times, when you're contentious with coaches, and the front office, I don't want that around this team. All right, I don't want it. People are smiling. We're happy. We're in third place in the East, right? We are a perennial possibility right now for everything. We just need to make the right moves. He is not the right move. I
agree.
I'm 100%. A non-player. I
agree. Another non-player saying no.
Is not the right move. If you would have said to me 10 years ago we could have got Jimmy, 5 years ago we could have got Jimmy, sure. I don't want him now. I as a fan, I don't want him now. And the funny thing is, my uncle's texting me, who lives in Miami, was born and raised here. He's a Knicks fan. He was a Knicks fan. Now he's a Heat fan. And he's telling me The problem with the Heat is Jimmy Butler.
Yes, and Pete Dozo wants that problem brought over here.
From Miami. Right. He just said, please take him. That's what he just told me.
Yeah. Hey, Jay.
Yeah.
The more I think about what you were saying, the more I think balances this team. If Tibbs had the cojones to play, somebody at the point and move Brunson to shooting guard. Because moving Hart to the bench, like you said, brings another dimension to the bench, strengthens the bench. Now you got a little more, you add that guy, that guy that Ron wants. He may not be 6'7", but he plays like 6'7", 6'6", right? So you got that player in Hart.
Right.
So now you got balance.
Yep. Pound for pound, at his height, when the best rebounder in the game at his height, and does all the intangibles. He's your engine. He's a go-getter. He can shoot the three. He'll run you over to get a layup. He'll run you over to get the rebound. All right. So we've been missing that for the second person.
Thank you, guys. I got to jump off.
Hey,
what's up, Shy?
brother, man. Listen, have a great rest of your day at work, bro.
You already keep me up
You
there.
talk so much.
You got it, brother.
Up and active. I got another hour. Peace.
All right, you got it, bro. I could do that at least.
Yeah, at least.
Later, brother.
Let me ask you guys a question. Do you think Brunson was sending a message on that interview he gave? I don't know if you guys see this post-game interview where he said that more important than X's and O to him was the camaraderie on the team. He says how the players get together, them getting along and, being tight with each other. And you think he might have been sending that message for those who think, about Jimmy Butler coming to the Knicks, like saying, "Hey, man, that dude his attitude ain't gonna fit on this team, man." Really?
Oh, well, you know what? I was just tripping. I was just thinking about it. Paris.
Paris is a Jimmy Butler fan. We get it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying that
I think both are true.
In a perfect world, right? The way Jimmy Butler plays on a day in and day out basis compared to the way OG has been playing lately, right? Lately, Jimmy's the better fit. Problem is, you can't take that opportunity away from a young man like OG Anunoby, who's 27 years old, and say that he can't get back to where all OG's got to do is tweak a couple things with his shot. And not for nothing, the last couple games, it looks like he's doing it. So tonight, who knows? OG might go for 18, 20. Who knows what he's going to do?
He had 20 the other night against the Nets.
Exactly.
He had 20.
If OG is doing what he was doing earlier in the season offensively, the defense is still the defense. That's better than Jimmy Butler because OG has the ability to do more now at this younger age than Jimmy. Jimmy has moments where he can get hot, like he can get on fire and go. But he doesn't have as many moments that he used to have before. He's an older player. That's just natural. Yeah. But the other thing is, here's what I forgot. I was saying it before. Remember, I had talked about this whole thing about Jimmy and Cat, and I said the Cat is a more mature player. But outside of that, I just remembered something. No, they ain't. This would never work, guys. Jimmy would come here and blow this whole thing up because Cat don't play defense the way Jimmy wants him to play defense. We talking about that right now. Like Cat be doing the Olay sometimes and letting guys. Jimmy would go crazy on Cat. No, this ain't gonna work.
It didn't work in Minnesota.
It won't work now either. I forgot about that. That ain't gonna work.
And
let me ask you something.
He's about to hop on for the first time and watch.
Do you think?
Hop on.
Let me ask you something, fellas. Do you think if Brunson is in one of his moods?
Don't forget. Hold on, Double A. Don't forget it. Hold on. What were you saying, Jay? Finish that.
He's saying that in Miami right now they're talking that Miami and Golden State are talking a lot, and something about Draymond Green and somebody else to Miami for Jimmy Butler.
Well, I mean, there's so much going on. I saw another trade yesterday that was getting a lot of traction from an NBA insider about Jimmy going like a 4-team trade, I think, or 3-team. I think it was 4-team.
He wants to go to Phoenix. He wants to go to Phoenix.
Jimmy going to the Suns.
Yeah,
it was LaVine going to Milwaukee.
Yep.
It was Middleton going to the Bulls. And it was another team involved too. And apparently that is getting a lot of traction. Like, so I don't know. Who knows? But my fault, Double A. What were we going to say?
Let me see. Can I break out that scene? All right, I got it. Do you think Jimmy Butler would be happy to take 10 shots when Butler's in his thing, in his bag? Because Butler's still, Brunson, the way he's doing it, I see he's got those games where he takes over. He's going for that 40 piece.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So Jimmy Butler ain't going to sit back and be like, oh, go ahead, Brunson, do your thing. No, he ain't that type of player. He's not, he's a ball hog, to be truthful to you. And we got Cat and Brunson and Bridges. We don't need to add a ball hog to them.
Maybe. I just don't like the whole prospect of giving up a 27.
I don't like him, okay, P. Duggar. I said it. I said it. I'm gonna be truthful. I just don't like Jimmy Butler.
I hear you.
He disses my Knicks. I'm a non-player. I understand, but I don't like Jimmy Butler for the Knicks.
I hear you. Shout out to Corey Lee. Thank you for the generous super chat, my brother. He said, "Are we seriously talking the TO of the NBA?" Yeah, he's that guy. Yeah,
that's
man.
Great comparison, Corey.
That is what he is. He's definitely that guy.
Great comparison.
Shout out to you for that one. P. Duggar, thank you for the generous super chat. He said Jimmy playing off Brunson and Cat with his IQ play. I mean, I don't doubt that he can do some things out there. I'm just telling you, I don't
do it somewhere else.
I don't think he'd be happy here. I don't think he'd be happy here. And I think he's different. Like, team chemistry is important, guys. It's not NBA 2K. You don't just put everybody on the team and think it's going to work. It has to be the right fit. People got to get. What happens? You bring Jimmy Butler here, and he comes in, and he's all kumbaya at first. I mean, he's coming from Miami to the Knicks, who are third in the East, and you has a better chance to win over here. He's going to be kumbaya to begin, but then he's going to go out there and play, and then he's going to have guys rotating, and then somebody's going to go backdoor, and then Cat is going to be lost in the sauce somewhere, and Jimmy's going to look at him and like, what? Didn't we talk about this? And then he starts to get mad about certain things, and then he sees that he's not the number one option, he's not the number two option, he may not even be the number three option, depending on how good Macau's going. Like, we don't know how that all is going to work. And then the other thing is, maybe he comes over here and he's learned a thing or two about how to play the game. He feels a little differently about certain things, and Tibbs is telling him certain things. And I've seen Jimmy get mad at Spoelstra and go back and forth. I've seen Jimmy get mad at his teammates and go back, getting ready to fight his teammates. Mm-hmm. Like, I don't know about Jimmy, man. He's a wild card. Wild card.
No, bro. Keep him away from the Knicks, man.
Yeah, he's tough.
You want to blow up? You want to blow up the Knicks? Bring Jimmy Butler here.
That might do it. Shout out to my guy Big Lou. What's up, Big Lou? Good to see you, my brother. Hope you're doing well. He said we replace OG with Jimmy, and I'm done. I got you. Now let me get to a couple other people. Shout out to my guy Cully. He's like, I'm sure Tibbs wants Butler too. I mean, Tibbs is always going to have a soft spot for Jimmy Butler, but who knows? I mean, Tibbs might have a different feeling about it.
Remember, Tibbs traded him from Minnesota, man. He traded for him, and then he traded him away.
Mm-hmm. Shout out to my guys, Stacks, different timing in the building. Salute, what's going on? Thank you for being a member of the SKF Army. So you're around. What's going on? Shout out to Anna Grill in the building. What up, Anna Grill?
Adios.
Yes. Shout out to my guy D Raz. He says no Jimmy Diddy. Okay. Shout out to Allah Wise in the building.
Oh
Peace.
my God.
Yeah.
Peace, Allah, wise. Peace,
Shout
Allah.
out to L Dammit in the building, a member of the SKF Army, and also, you know, she's done so much on the social media side for us over here. Appreciate you so much, L. Let's go, L. Appreciate you. Shout out to JJP NYC in the building. He said P bugging out. Shout out to George Jones in the building. No thanks. I hear you. Shout out to Long Island Sound 1 in the building. Hey, yo, time we on? What time is the game tonight?
7:30.
Yeah, 7:30. Yep. And then shout out to JM3 in the building. Jimmy got colorful wave. He's something all right. Shout out to Lena Franklin once again and on Facebook, and shout out to Frederick Rodriguez on Facebook tuning in. Appreciate the likes, and shout out to all of you guys. Combination on X and on YouTube. We got 162 across all platforms watching. Please smash the like button. And if you can't smash the like button on X, please, you know, share this out to your fellow people, you know, so they can follow this, you know.
Tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend to tell another friend that Jimmy got a colorful wave. That is definitely something funny. But tell the friend SKF is a place to be. Get off that ledge.
Man.
Come chill with me.
I missed somebody. Somebody I was thinking of that I was about to shout. There he goes. AJ Live in the building. Shout out to AJ Live in the building. Appreciate you. Oi, take players that win a ring. Jimmy ain't win, so no. I got that.
Thank you, AJ.
Shout out to you, AJ Live. Appreciate you.
See, Duggar, all us non-players, man, we in unison.
I mean, Jimmy's just tough, man. Jimmy's a tough call. He's a lot. There's a lot that comes along with Jimmy. That's all I'm saying. And that money is that money is. Shout out to Latoria B in the building. What did I miss? I know we're not
can't leave without it.
Let's go. Salute to you. Oh man. Okay. All right. So
and you got to realize when you add a superstar to a team like the team that we have, you're not going to get the same production that they're having now because of the shot attempts, right? Like say you bring a Levine over here, he's not going to be that same player over here. So you're overpaying basically, right? Because you're not going to get the same player. Like Jimmy Butler, if he's scoring 18 now, we come to the Knicks, maybe 15, 14. Is that worth 50 mil? No, not at all. Dude, he's just, at this point, Jimmy has earned what he's making, but to a new team, he is not worth $50 million right now. Like
Jimmy's kind of sorry.
Tough, bro. That's tough.
Who would trade for him? The Sixers, if they could.
I can see the Sixers going back because they got a different team now, and maybe he's their because the Sixers are not looking good, man. Sixers got a lot. I was watching them the other day.
Yeah, the people that picked them over us. All of a sudden, they signed Paul Hospital George.
Yeah.
Paul E.R. George, on their team, and they're going to win a championship. And where's Embiid, by the way?
Don't know.
Pulling on somebody's foot to fall down. Yeah. I promise you that. Let me tell you something, man. I don't know how much longer we're going to talk about this Jimmy thing, but I just think it's not realistic. It's not going to happen. I don't want him or his hair anywhere near us, and I think it's about time to go. And his stylist needs to go too. It's like, let's go forward. I think he's going to end up on the Suns because they already are programming themselves to be like this big three, big four. The competition in the West is stiff on certain levels, where the East is a little different. But you could keep Yimmy and his hair all the way there. We don't need it. Thank you. All right, Yimmy Diddy. We don't need it.
Yeah, no.
We don't need it.
I mean, history has proven that when you try to unite 4 superstars or sometimes even 3, it just don't work. You look at the Lakers when they had Peyton and Malone. Sometimes, I mean, it was just corny. Here's Malone, who is like Utah, him and Stockton, battling the Lakers. And all of a sudden, Malone's on the Lakers. All of a sudden, Gary Payton's on the Lakers. I forget who else was on the Lakers.
Everybody.
Everybody. Pippen was on the Lakers. Shaq on all these guys on the Lakers, right? It just looks corny, man.
And they didn't win at that time.
And it don't work. It don't work.
They didn't
win nothing.
Hold on here. What is this? Let me see here. First off, shout out to Pete Duggar. Listen, OG's money is not way worse. You can't say that yet, guys. We gotta be patient. And I'm surprised, Parrish, because you're one of the guys who really wanted the Knicks to play the kids ever since the first regime, right? You want the Knicks to play the kids, and with kids, you got to have patience, right? Rookies, you got to show them patience. You got to have patience with OG Anunoby. This is his first full year under this new contract. He looked great, because I don't hear anybody saying that OG needs to be traded or he's not going to work with his team. In the first month or so of the season, everybody was like, oh, OG's a guaranteed all-star. Look at how he's playing. Now he went into a rut offensively. His shot, and that's the other thing. It's not like he was shooting the same way and all of a sudden he, something like he's making bad plays or he's turning over the ball. He's doing stupid things. His shot got broken somehow. He just lost his shot. He couldn't hit certain shots that he's been cooking in the NBA for the past 3 years, hitting shots from the wing. He's missing the shots from the wing, and that's his bread and butter. So
yeah, he usually automatic there.
So,
but you got to understand. Sorry, Ron.
No, I hear you. I'll get right to you. You got to give him a chance to get right. It's a whole season. We about to be at the All-Star break, and you want to trade him off and say that he's not worth the money. We don't know that yet. Listen, last week I told you guys, I was saying, if OG is like this for the rest of the season, then that's something you got to think about in the offseason. Like, did we commit too much money to this guy? Maybe we can move him while while it's hot. But that's only if he don't finish the year strong. If he finishes the year similar to what we saw early in the year, the money is well worth it. We know he's defensive. We know he's got good height. He's starting to rebound the ball a little bit more because he has to. And if we can get him to get back to the offensive game we've seen in the past, that's all we need. But we can't just write him off yet. It's a whole season, man. Let's give him some time. No, go ahead. What were you say, Double A?
Well, what I was going to say too, you got to chalk it up now. If you got to look at the whole stat line. Yeah, he's been struggling with his shot, but there has been games where he's just not had the shot attempts, especially if Brunson's going for 35, 40 points and Cat's going for his and Bridges is going there. The shot attempts are not going to be there. So those of you looking for OG to be a 20-point scorer on his team, I just don't see it happening, Ron. I don't see him just basically because of the shot attempts.
Right.
Okay.
And I agree with that.
I don't see that.
To do that either.
But if you look at the stats, he's been consistently having steals, 2-3 steals. He's playing defense. So, we got to remember what we brought him here for. And with Brunson and Cat on his team and Bridges, you ain't going to get that much offense out of OG on a consistent basis. Yeah, there's going to be nights like against the Nets, he went for 20, right? But I think Cat who didn't play for the Nets against the Nets? If somebody was out against the Nets?
Well, Cam Thomas was out. I mean, for us.
Cat played, right?
Cat played. I don't know.
Then nobody was out. Yeah,
Brunson came alive late. We weren't playing well. We didn't play. I think we were on a back-to-back. We weren't playing well, and that was it. And we slept on somebody on our food. We played with our food. That's just basically what it was, And listen, to Duggar and to everybody else, do I think OG is better than Jimmy Butler talent-wise? No, Jimmy Butler is a great talent. Oh, and I think we also need to back, right? He's a great talent. He just doesn't fit. And like again, a few years ago, 5 years ago, we wouldn't even be talking about OG because maybe we would have got Butler. OG wouldn't have signed. They're different players. You're talking apples and oranges again. These are talking about a scorer compared to a guy who's okay with scoring just enough and playing defense. He was brought here for defense. All right. The fact of the matter is that whether he was overpaid or whatever it is, that could be talked about. However, wait till the end of the year to have that conversation. You know what I'm saying? Because we have to find it out. And I think the last thing I really, really want to point out, and what is it? JM3 is killing me because once I said the hair, he just won't let it go. And I'm laughing like hell. But I think we need to stop saying the third, the fourth, the fifth option. There's a 1 and a 1A, and everybody else is an option. I don't think they look at Mikal as the third option or OG as the third option or Josh as the third option. They look at Brunson being the captain, Cat being the center who could dominate, and everybody else is 2A, B, and C. That's it. Everybody else is an option. I don't think anybody else, maybe Matteo, is possibly looked at as, all right, if we need that final shot, we're going to give it to him too. But so far this year, it's those two guys and everybody else is the second option to those two guys. Everybody.
Right.
Did that make sense?
No, it does. I hear you. That makes sense. The other thing I wanted to bring up too is and please smash that like button, guys. We got 164 people across all platforms. We only got 68 likes. Please smash that like button if you haven't already done so for the show. Thank you, guys. So a couple things I wanted to bring up too. But first off, just to kind of let's put a pin in this Jimmy Butler stuff for a while. We got other stuff to talk about. But the last thing I wanted to say about it is, we went through Jimmy's numbers, right? Mm-hmm. And he's averaging 17 points per game. OG Anunoby right now is averaging 16 points, right? Jimmy Butler's averaging 1.1 steals. OG Anunoby's at 1.4, right? Jimmy Butler's defensive rating is 114, which is, it's not a bad defensive rating. It's a good defensive rating. OG Anunoby's defensive rating is 114. How much better does Jimmy Butler make the Knicks right now over OG Anunoby? That's the point. You might say the intangibles, the understanding how to win a basketball game, that's important. But does Jimmy Butler come here and become the closer? When we need a big shot, does Jimmy Butler get the ball now and not Jalen Brunson? Like, I just don't know. Like, I just don't see how much better he makes the Knicks over having OG Anunoby here. That's the tough part. And I'm not saying we can't be good. He knows how to turn it on. Playoff Jimmy, we've already talked about this multiple times. But regular season Jimmy, as what AA says, is a different animal. I just don't see it, man. I just don't see. If we're saying OG's not worth the money, I don't think Jimmy's worth his money either. And we got OG Anunoby. He's still 27 years old. His age is incredible. You can move OG Anunoby if things ain't working out this year and you want to do something in the offseason or even next season. You can probably move him somewhere and get something good for OG. You get Jimmy Butler here, you ain't going to get a lot for a 35-year-old. Next year, a 36-year-old making $50 million. You know what I mean? Like, it has to work. It got to work for the Knicks. Either way, whatever. Like, they have to be in a position where it works. It works. If it don't work, they got to be able to have some flexibility to get off of that contract and get them up out of here and get something for them. Or you lose them for nothing. You will free up the money eventually in 2 years. But by that point, who knows? Who knows what's up at that point? I don't know. But I don't know, guys. We'll see. All right, Parrish, I'm moving on. No more Jimmy Butler talk for now. Okay, let's move on to something else.
Sure is there.
Yeah. Shout out to Everything Knicks. He says Jimmy is and shout out to you for being here. He said Jimmy is a Hall of Fame player, at least 3 years left at late prime. He would take us to the chip right now. Maybe. There's no guarantees.
Why hasn't he taken Miami to the chip?
Well,
why didn't they win the chip when they played Denver? They were in the finals.
I mean, in fairness, Double A though, Denver was a better team than that Miami team. Like, you know, and we're a better team.
But if Jimmy was all that, he would have overcame everything. They talking like Jimmy comes to the Knicks, we're automatic champions. Come on, man.
I mean, I like the idea of it. I just don't like the idea of his money and giving up OG Anunoby for him. Like, we're talking about needing more defense. And all I told you is one guy has 114 defensive rating. The other guy has 114 defensive rating. So how much better defensively do we get? We're the same team. We need something to add to what we already got to make it better, not just replace.
And, you know, the one player that I think is gettable, and I know he's not a fashionable, glamorous type acquisition, but the reason why I like the guy Valanciunas from the Wizards is because you can do versatility. You could either play him two-headed with Towns, or you could either, you know, play him off the bench, which gives them a low post option. It gives bench players a low post option now. You know what I mean? Besides Precious, because Precious is small. You know, Precious can't really be posting people up. But, you know, you put Valanciunas on the Knicks, now you give the bench a post-up player, you know. And if he gives us the stats as he's given now, I mean, sometimes he's coming off the bench and giving them a double-double, you know, double-figure rebound, double-figure points. So I think a player like that would add to us versus subtracting OG to get somebody like Butler, because like you said, that doesn't make us better.
Right. And
we're talking about adding anyway. Sorry, Ron. We're talking about adding. We're not talking about trade, like losing anyway.
Right. We don't want to get rid of people.
We're not talking about getting rid of anybody. We're talking about, and we're also talking about bench players, people that could come here and help us, right? Or maybe start alongside whatever. Now, if you could get Valanciunas and somehow Mitch gets better, and you could get Valanciunas without Mitch, and I don't know how you do that. I really don't think you can do that. But I've been talked into it. I won't lie to you. Listening to Divine and Shaw a little bit, and talking to Otherwise the other day, you know, saying the fact is that it does scare the crap out of me that Mitch keeps getting pushed back and back and back. But maybe that's their formula. Okay, we're cruising right now. When he's fully healthy, he'll come back in the crunch time. In between time, in the meantime, we need to get somebody strong to come off that bench that doesn't do just a little bit of work. You know, somebody decent enough.
And you know, and another thing, Jay,
it's about. It's not about trading any of our big sign
starting five.
Right. To get you know, somebody else. That's not really what it's about here. Unless you come up with some superior trade, like really superior, that's really not what we're talking about.
And remember, if you move multiple players for Valanciunas, now you open up a spot for TJ Warren, right? And that's more addition to our bench.
The only problem that
right, because the only reason why he's not on our team right now is money wise or something like that, right, Ron?
Right.
Is that what I'm hearing?
There's also a timing wise with him.
No, I was just going to say the only problem, Double A, with that is that the fans are more upset about the fact that Valanciunas can't guard anybody and TJ Warren don't guard anybody either. So now you got two offensive players, but there's no defense. So now our defense is even worse.
We're back to Mike D'Antoni. just running gun.
I mean, you can still.
But you can still play that way. You can have a bench that just overscores the other team and puts the pressure on them.
Yeah,
Because Valanciunas and TJ against the other team's second team, they'll go to work, man. They're going to put up some numbers. And then you add in Deuce. You add Precious and Deuce. Precious and Deuce gives you the defense. You know what I mean? You got a front court defensive player and a backcourt defensive player. And you got TJ, Valanciunas, and whoever else, you can stagger. Yeah, there you go. Campaign. Now you got a team. Campaign can defend. Deuce can defend. Precious can defend. But the offense, you got two players that can put up the numbers in TJ and Valanciunas, who were starters, and now they're playing against second unit type players.
Yeah, I mean, listen.
Now you got a bench that when your starters go to rest, they doing work.
It's a thought. Like if worse comes to worse and you can't get anything else, it's a thought. It's a very tough one because you don't know. Like as much as I say, no one knows, man. I don't know what Mitch will be if he comes back. But the other side of it, what if Mitch comes back and he plays the whole season? He waited.
Yeah, and then next year he goes out again.
Right. One day down.
No, this is his last year on the contract, I believe.
Yeah,
if I'm not mistaken.
So is Valanciunas, right?
Yeah, I think so. Let me check Mitch.
No.
I
think Valanciunas is on either. He might be able to opt out. I'm not quite sure, but I think he has two.
Oh no, Mitch has one more. He's got a 2025.
And Mitch has another year.
Yeah. And the other thing too is like people are saying Jimmy's a free agent after this. Yeah, next year he does have that player option, but you're gonna leave 52 to 55 million on the table.
Not a chance in the dance, especially since almost taking him. No.
Yeah. Yeah. Look, I mean, Parrish is right. Like one thing about Jimmy is his mid-range game is unique because it's water. It's money. He shoots 54% from the field. I get it. Yeah. He draws the double team. But you guys ever think about, one of the things we complain about with Tom Thibodeau is his minute usage with the starters. You bring Jimmy Butler here. Wouldn't he be playing 38, 39, 40 minutes as a 35-year-old?
Can he do that?
I don't know. Because you know what? When you look at Jimmy Butler with Miami, guess how many minutes he was averaging, guys? 30 minutes. He comes to Tom Thibodeau team. You think he's playing 30 minutes? Think about that. Will he be as effective as you think he is now? I got to look at everything, bro, before I make a move.
Agreed.
You had me at 18 points a game.
I hear you. All right. Shout out to Building Blocks in the building. Salute to you, Building Blocks. Shout out to my guy Mega NYK. What's good? Appreciate you guys. Thank you guys for being here and always showing the love and the support.
Mega.
Yeah, you know how we do. Let's go. Anyway.
Yep.
Shout out to Big Lou. Thank you for the generous super chat. He said OG compliments this team perfectly. Yeah, I like it. I just want him to get some rest. He gets rest. I think he plays better. So I'm with you on that.
Yep. And you know what? What's sad is Precious is playing good enough that he should get some more minutes.
He should. No, Precious has been playing pretty damn good. I am not going to lie.
You could actually go 30-18 with them too, or 32-16, which would be fair, right? Now you got some really good rest for the guy. You give Precious 16 minutes and give OG 32 minutes. That's 48 at the power forward position. Right.
Paris, thank you for the generous super chat. He says, you know what, y'all? Let's hope OG makes a layup in traffic before this year is over. Maybe OG with his Orleans Noel hands will finally finish a layup. I will say,
he's talking crazy, bro. Did you see those back? Wasn't he leading the NBA in dunks?
He was
from minute.
He was, and
think about that, Parrish.
That is the reason why OG was able to lead the league in dunks is because his outside shot was falling, and he was getting these opportunities. He was, Yeah, his hands were obviously working during that time. So, like I said, if he can get the jump shot getting back to where it was, he'll be fine. Everything plays off of the jump shot. The jump shot is solid. He can drive in. The one thing about OG, he's aggressive. You know, he don't stay out there on the wing. He gets into the lane and he gets dunked. So
the other day he dunked in somebody's mug. I forgot who it was.
Yeah, I forgot who it was too,
Man.
but I remember. Yeah, you're right.
And it was in traffic too.
Shout out to Travel.
You're hating Paris. Paris, you hating, bro. You're hating Paris.
Shout out to Travel Vibes. Shout out to You're a Casual. Okay, that's an interesting name. Shout out to you. Said Prime Carmelo Anthony or Prime Patrick Ewing. That's a whole other thing. I'm going to say Prime Patrick Ewing. I mean, I like Carmelo, but Patrick was everything for the Knicks team.
That's a big man. Big man.
And not only could he score, but he was a beast defensively. Patrick Ewing was a problem. Yeah, man. Okay. All right. So here's the question, right? Let me see what you guys think. I'm a little concerned. Let me check and see. Do I have a most recent? Let me check this injury report stuff. Shout out to Brooklyn Butch in the building. Shout out to you. Hope you're doing well. New York Knicks injury report. Let's see. He's day to day, so we still don't know.
Who's
All
that?
right, Josh Hart. Do you think the Knicks can win tonight against Sacramento if Josh Hart doesn't play?
We can win.
Somebody,
it'll be a way tougher time.
And if Tom Thibodeau don't play 7 guys. You can't do that against the Kings. They'll run you out the gym. They'll run you right out the gym.
Remember something. Kings play a deeper bench.
Yeah.
And they got a monk on their bench that plays just as good as the starters.
We know that monk loves to light us up.
Yeah, he's a monk and a half.
Yeah. Yeah. The monk loves to light us up, boy. He'll never give up. There's certain certain players. There's certain players in the league that never give up the fact that we passed on them. And Monk is one of those. He never lets us live that down that we didn't draft him because he wanted to come here. He thought he was coming to the Knicks.
He did. That was his whole mantra. Like he kept talking about it, and I'm mad.
Who did we pick from him? Knox? Was it Knox? We picked
Knox. Yeah.
And if I tell you who we missed out on in that draft,
don't do it, Jay. We know.
Yeah, I already know.
Jeez.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No,
quite a few players.
It is what it is. You know.
It is what it is.
I got a hypothetical, you guys. If Milwaukee bombs and they decide, well, Giannis, we got to go a different way, would you package OG and Bridges for Giannis?
OG and Bridges? It wouldn't be like that.
They would have to give it. They would have to give us something else. Well, remember, Bridges is not on his max deal yet.
I think it would be OG and Mitch.
Okay.
No, but that wouldn't
suffice. They wouldn't wet their bed.
They want more than that.
They wouldn't wet their whistle.
Right. And
but I'm saying we give up Bridges and OG, and they give us Giannis and somebody else.
Portis. That's who I want.
I take Portis. Yeah, we should have never let him go.
Well, they're looking at him. See, the thing about Portis, guys. Let me see.
Yeah, it's tough. I know what you're gonna say for some reason, but I want to hear it. So,
Bobby Portis is averaging 13.4 points per game, 7.8 rebounds, 13.4 points, 8 rebounds, 2 assists, 46% from the field. It's not bad.
I like his toughness.
24 minutes a game. His
toughness.
24 minutes.
That's really good production in 24 minutes.
That's what I'm about to say. Hello.
And he's durable. And available.
And he wears the socks like the 90s. in the 80s.
But hold on. This is where, let me see here. This is what I wanted to say. He's making $12 million per season, annual salary.
Who's that?
So this year in particular, he's making $13 million. So we don't have anything for them. We ain't got it because we would want to get rid of Mitch, right? They don't want Mitch. Milwaukee's trying to win. So the only and remember,
they would take OG and Bridges because Bridges is not on a max deal.
Oh no, I'm talking about Bobby.
If you had the money up, it almost equals Giannis.
I'm talking about Bobby Portis.
Oh,
but the Giannis, they're not trying to give up on Giannis right now. But I hear you. If
no, what I'm saying is,
right now, I don't know. I don't know if you guys saw. They did say that currently they've added Middleton and Bobby Portis to their trade block.
Yep.
So they are looking. Yeah, they're looking to see what they can get for either one of those guys.
Well, here, would you give up Kolek in a trade to get Portis? That might wet Milwaukee's whistle. Then
it's crazy because Bobby Portis is only 29 years old. I feel like Bobby Portis has been in this league forever, bro.
Right. I felt like he was 43 years old. I
you know what I mean?
He came in young. He didn't play that much college ball.
I thought he was like 62 years old, to be honest. I wasn't sure he was 29.
Man, it's tough. I just
I'm
find
not giving up Kolek for him, but I might consider how much is Portis making though. That's the deal. I don't know.
13.
13. So it would have to be Mitch and something.
Well, no, Mitch already puts you at that point, right? So
I don't really want to get rid of Mitch for Portis.
They don't. I don't think. I mean, I don't.
Well, I don't think Milwaukee would take. Is that what you're saying? I don't think Milwaukee wants Mitch for him.
Unless they feel like defensively they're not getting a lot from their bigs. Maybe Brook Lopez is falling off a little bit because he was a powerhouse before, but he's older and maybe he's not giving them the same defensive, ability that he was giving them before. Maybe they would want Mitch. I don't know.
What about a combination
for this? But I would give up Mitch from Portis in the hot second.
I mean, I think I would too, but I just don't understand.
Every game, he's hardly hurt. He's tough. He is tough down low. He's banging for the boards. Portis should never have left
and he
here.
can be an enforcer too.
Right.
Yeah.
He should have never left here ever. They should have found a way to figure that out, because if he was on this team coming off the bench right now, we're talking about a backup 4 that could play the 5 too. So
you know what happened? Mills went power forward hungry. That's the year he signed. He signed, who was it? Randall. He signed Porters. He signed Noel. And that other guy.
And the other dude.
Noah Vonleh. Noah Vonleh.
Noah Vonleh. Look at you, Double A. Okay.
From Indiana, right?
Yeah.
Who I thought had a lot of promise.
And he was playing well for us, but we let him go. He was playing well for us, but we let him go. Noah Vonleh.
And don't forget, the year after that, we have Obi Toppin now. And then Obi Toppin, there was no place for him to play because we had all the other players. So
Right. Yep. Appreciate you. And you know what? I'm going to do it now. I've been waiting to kind of give everybody a shot to kind of talk, but we have a condensed panel today. So why not start the phone lines a little earlier? We can go back and forth and push back a little bit. Hold on. Got to see these super chats. You know what I mean? Shout out to NYC B-Ball 08. Said we could use one of Sexton, Marketing, or Kessler from the Jazz. Thoughts? Listen, I'm with you. The only issue ever there is Danny Ainge. He's always the problem, and he always wants to gouge us for more than we want to give up. I mean, with Danny Ainge, you know, you're giving up Tyler Kolek, you're giving up this, you're giving up that, you're giving up picks. It's like, it just puts the Knicks in a very bad.
I would give up Kolek for Kessler. I would give up anybody, any combination you want from anybody on our bench for Kessler. We should have done that. We should have did that before Bridges. I'm telling
But
you.
he also wants 2
If we gave up 5 picks for Bridges, we shouldn't have even blinked at giving 2 for Kessler. We'd be a different team right now. Because DiVincenzo.
I agree with you, Double A. But the problem is that hindsight is 2020, and we don't have him. I wish that he would have did that, but I agree.
3 blocks. He's averaging 10 points, 10 rebounds, and 3 blocks off the bench in 20 minutes.
I like it. I'm not listen. I like Kessler. Not opposed to it. It's just what do you give up now? Because the thing is, the Knicks have given up a lot of draft picks already. You know, there's certain draft picks they can't give up because you got to keep your own. So that means you got to go even further into the future. Now, when you go further into the future, as a front office, you start to think, well, I mean, even though this is our window, you know, 6 years from now, we may not be this. So now we need those draft picks, and we're trading them. So then you
2032 one now.
Yeah, so then you start to be a bad team again for a while because you got no picks. You know what I mean? You tied up in guys.
Right. How long are rookie deals? In other words, I'm asking how many years does Kessler have on his
3 to 4 years, isn't it?
Yeah.
3 to 4.
Right, but how many years does Kessler have left on his? Maybe 1.
That's a good question. I'll tell you right now.
2 more.
Oh, you might be right. Hold on.
Because this is his 3rd year or 2nd year. I think it's his 3rd year.
It's his 3rd year, but you know,
it's his 3rd year.
His 3rd year. He has 2 years under his belt, which
so he
means
got 1 more year left.
Next year.
Right. So I'm saying next year would be probably the time to get him because you know Ainge ain't gonna re-sign him.
Oh, actually,
does he have 2 more years after this run?
No.
Oh,
So
I didn't think so.
These are club option years, right? So technically, right now he's on a club option year, and next year he's on a club option year. So if the Utah wanted, they could let him go. Why would they want to let him go? He's still making like peanuts. Even next year, he's scheduled to make like $4,800,000. So they would pick that up most likely.
And Danny Ainge is never letting him go. Just like
yeah. He's a restricted free agent in 2026, 27.
But what I'm saying, if he don't sign with them next season, and he's going to be free, that's the chance that you might be able to get him straight up for like a Kolek or something like that. Because you know, instead of losing him for nothing, they'll get something for him.
Right.
Because I don't think it'd be many people that overpay for him knowing that he's going to be free in the offseason. But if we wanted him bad enough and we think that he can be the difference, which I've always thought he would make the difference. Tom Thibodeau with him.
You never know. You might be right. You might be right, bro. We'll see. Shout out to P. Duggar once again. What?
Paris is bugging, bro. Paris is on a bug.
I didn't even look yet.
All right. Hey, man, it is what it is. What are you gonna do? It is what it is. All right. So let me get
Paris,
this off.
you could always go to the team Butler does go to.
That's true.
We won't miss you. We won't miss you.
Hey, that's not true. I'll miss Paris.
I'm just messing. I'm messing with
All right,
you definitely will, Ron. You definitely.
Yeah, I definitely will. Here's the phone line is up, guys. That's the number to call in if you want to call in. Oh, okay. 347-305-7280. Once again, 347-305-7280. Sims for Javonte Green. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. Man. Yeah, man. That's a thought. I'm not mad at it. Shout out to Brooklyn Butch. Appreciate you, my brother.
Salute.
You know who's scary this season? And I
Shout out
wouldn't
to
be
Mike, by the way.
surprised if they came out the West. Well, at least the only team I see out the West that really, really has a shot against the Thunder, that they're like on their bag right now, is the Rockets. You got to be careful
listen,
of the Houston Rockets.
are we already noticing the shift? Hey, we got a caller
I
coming
knew
in.
that was
Let's
going to
go.
happen the moment you did that, man.
That's how it goes,
I
baby.
knew that was going to happen.
Shout out
It's,
to you.
it's going to be Parrish. Watch.
Nah,
No.
you are live on SKF. Know the ledge. Your name and where you're calling from.
Yo, it's JJ from Brooklyn. What's good, fellas?
JJ, what's
doing?
happening?
Hey.
What up?
Yes, what's
What
going
up?
on,
What
brother?
up? What up?
How you doing?
Salute, fellas.
What up, Jay?
Chilling, man. Chilling, man. What up, fellas? How you doing, man? A couple quick things, man. First, with the All-Star selections, I'm really happy Brunson made it, especially over LaMelo. No offense to LaMelo, but I mean, when you look at his numbers, they're not good. Like, I mean, his shooting numbers are atrocious. He's shooting like 26 shots a game to get his 30 points. He's shooting, I believe, 41% from the field, 33% from three. You can't have a guy like that starring in an All-Star game. That would have been a disgrace. I'm sorry. And he's got what, 4 wins? I mean, that would have been a bad look, a bad look.
Yeah,
really
that's a good
been.
point. He's always hurt
You
too,
know?
and I think that was one of the things that they considered, like as far as because some people didn't make it because they just haven't played enough games to qualify
Right.
either. But on the flip side, though, those numbers are still crazy because it's not just the 30 points. Them assist numbers are kind of wild. And
yeah,
that's why
he's
I think
taking
like,
a lot of shots.
no,
I just don't think he's a winning player. It's a shame because I feel like his style suits an All-Star game very well. You know, he'll do some flashy passes off the backboard.
It definitely suits a game I won't be watching. I agree. Yeah, no.
Yeah, I hate the All-Star game.
Listen, shout out to Jalen Brunson. Wait, hold on. Let's not forget, if you just joining the show, once again, shout out to our guys, our NBA All-Stars 2025, Jalen Brunson and Karl Anthony Towns. Let's go. But I'm not watching the game. So sorry. It won't be me. That game is horrible.
Didn't they change the format this year or something? Didn't they change the format for this year?
Let me tell you something. I will be one of those people that I'm going to miss it. You know what I mean? Yo, did you hear about the All-Star game? You see what they did? No, I didn't see. Tell me about it. Yeah.
I like Saturday more personally. You know, the 3-point. I like the dog. Kind of cool. Even that's fizzled out.
Yeah, even that they had a nice little style of different things they were doing with the skills competition. I was like, okay, all right, it's cool. And then they've changed that too. It's getting boring, man.
I mean, it was fire, man, when they had it that whoever won, the East or the West, whoever won had the advantage in the finals.
Right.
That made it a game, and it made them a game to play for because you figured the head coach of whoever team, they were in the running to be in the finals. So they like it, you know, hey, let's win, you know. Let's get home court advantage.
With two things with that. First of all, they followed baseball's
right.
And the second thing is, yes, that's cool. And I agree with you. It's a much more watchable game. But think about it like this. To me, I'm scared of every preseason, any sport. Especially football. I'm like, damn, somebody's gonna hurt themselves. I know it. I don't want them to play anything ever. So why, in God's good name, why did they do that? I don't like that it meant something, only because that means if it was still going on today, that Brunson and Towns would go out of their mind to win the game, possibly pushing themselves to get hurt. I'd rather it be unwatchable than them having to do something that hurts our
meaningless game. I guess.
You got to remember, bro, when we were a perennial championship You know, when I was like feasting, spoiled, 1970, 71, 72, 73, we were in the finals like 3 out of 4 years.
What were you, about 35 back then?
Spoiled. and then, but you got to remember, 3 or 4 of our players were perennial all-stars.
Mm-hmm.
So they played every All-Star game. Frazier played every All-Star game. Reed played every All-Star, and it was on the line like that. So it's really up to the individual, I think.
Yeah, and if
when you have an All-Star team, you don't have to carry the whole load. I'm sorry, Ron.
Right.
You don't have to carry the whole load.
Apparently, they have switched to a new format. I don't know what it looks like, but hopefully the format is entertaining for people. Shout out to Kerry Cox. He said he's taking the kids out, the grandkids out. He won't be watching. Listen, if you take a camera with you, I think I'd rather watch you with the grandkids than watch the All-Star game. I'm just saying.
Amen. Me too. I applaud that way more than 200, 204, and I'm not really into that.
And you know what else is not fun either? There was a point where it was exciting to watch the rookies versus sophomore game.
Yeah.
We had some years. I remember watching. It's still kind of around there. Like you see the clips. There's years of I can't remember his name. He was a player from the Miami Heat. It was him going against Tim Hardaway Jr. and they were going back and forth. One would come down, hit a three. The other would come down and hit a three. Like it was just fun watching them go back and forth. And even those games are like watered down. It's just an exhibition of throwing up alley-oops. I'm like,
Was it Tyler Hero? Was it Hero?
No. It was somebody. No, this is before Tyler Hero.
Way back?
And not way back because Tim Hardaway Jr. was playing, but it was like Tim Hardaway Jr.'s first or second year. He was with the Knicks.
I remember that too. I can't remember who it was. I totally remember it though.
Oh man, I'm trying to remember his name.
Somebody will say
look at the chat. Y'all are great, man. Dion Waiters, yes.
Dion Waiters, yes.
Oh, there you go.
And he rejuvenated himself when he went over there. Because remember, he was picked number 2 or 1? 2, I think.
He wasn't 1.
1? Because remember, they were Miami. Cleveland at one point went 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 3. That's how they went.
It was crazy. But that was a fun time. Like it was nice to see them go at each other. And those guys, that's when guys were still playing, because around that time, you remember, that's when the All-Star game, still the real game, still meant something. Guys would kind of play around a little bit, but when we got to the fourth quarter, everybody was balling. But that's all over.
That's a lot of good points, man. Listen, the last dunk contest I watched was the one that Aaron Gordon and
versus Levine.
Oh God, that was epic.
That was astronomical, and I just knew watching them dunk during the season that it was going to be like that.
That was fantastic. One of the best ever.
Wasn't that the same one that boy from Queens was in it? The guy that played for Detroit for a few years that was from Queens. Guy about 6'7".
All I remember is
remember him. He's from Queens. He's from Queens. He's dunker, man. He always played well against the Knicks, and he played for Detroit the last couple of years. Oh man, I forget his name.
Diallo.
Yeah. Diallo.
Amadou.
Diallo.
Oh, Amadou Diallo. Yes, he was in it. Yeah, but those other young brothers shined hard. That
was crazy. And
both of them, to me, they both deserved it. It was unbelievable.
Yeah, absolutely.
The NBA refuses to open up, right, and be a little bit more diverse in their thinking, right? They don't want to do it because it kind of cuts against the grain. I've said this and I'm not the only one. I'm sure other people have said it too. The NBA should open up the slam dunk competition to slam dunk professionals, to these young kids that go out there. They don't have NBA talent. They can't shoot. All they do is dunk. There's professional dunkers out there. Yes, and I know you say, well, these aren't NBA players. How do you make this work? You make it work by doing it as a combo, a professional dunker with an NBA player. One throws the alley-oop to the other. You trade off. You make it dynamic and fun. But the point is, when you got those professional dunkers in there that do dunks that we've never seen an NBA player do, it's going to make it exciting. But the NBA won't do that because they want to keep it strictly NBA. That's a problem.
You know what, Ron? You bring up a great point. You know what else it does? And I'm sorry, JJ, and if I cut you off, but you know what else?
No, go ahead, bro.
You know what else it does? It gives those guys. There's this particular white dude that I've seen dunk. He has like long hair. I think he might have shaved it.
Yeah.
And Kenny Smith, is it Kenny Smith?
Yeah.
It goes banana, and not just in the glove. The glove goes bananas.
Just saying, he's listed as one of like the top professional dunkers in the like. He's incredible.
Right, incredible. Like, you guys, go look it up later. AA.
Yeah.
These non-professional dunkers. I can't. If I can find his name before the end of the thing, I'll tell you it. But I've never seen, and he's short. Like, I've never seen dunks like that before. You know what it does? It shows the world that the NBA is willing to give the average Joe a chance. One. Number two is it gives that guy a possibility to have his talent showcased. So maybe he doesn't play here, but he plays in China, or somebody signs him, and now his family gets a little bit off out of debt, and things start changing. I think that would be a better look than having 4 non-really known people from our league that we don't give a crap about dunking and making it impossible to watch. Because if you're from a certain era, the dunk contest was Michael Jordan, Dominique Wilkins. It was
Dr. J,
super
David
Dr.
Thompson.
J, right. It is super duper stars.
The ABA dunk contest was some shit.
Right. That won the Coliseum and the National Coliseum and all that. Let me tell you something. The 3-point contests were filled with the Larry Birds and everybody, man. I hate to say his name, but Mr. Indiana, and everybody would get in them. That is when it was exciting. And the All-Star game was never like this. It meant nothing. And they would bust each other's behind in that game because they wanted to play. The highest it would get to be like 130 to 128. Highest. Right. So it's no longer the same sport. We're talking about entertainment. Do you know that football is listed as entertainment? It's not listed as a sport. Go look it up.
I mean, listen, like we just hope that they look to do something different because the NBA is losing ratings. They're trying to figure out what to do to save the game, and make it something that people are in tune with. You got to do stuff like that. Think outside the box.
You know what doesn't help the game, and I'm from back then, man. I mean, I've covered the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, 2000s. So I've seen players come, I've seen players go, I've seen Walt Frazier play live. I've seen Willis Reed play live, But what I'm saying is, look, what doesn't help is these old timers talking the game down, talking the players down today. Because, being living through all those eras and seeing those different players, let me tell you something. These players these days are just incredible. Their athletic ability, you got guys 6'11", 7 feet. You got a guy 7'5" that can cross you over. You know what I mean? I mean, it's a totally different game, and it doesn't help when you got these old timers like Barkley and Shaq and saying, "Oh, they didn't do it like we did it," and "Oh, they ain't the same." Oh, blah 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 blah. Because look, man, it's what it is. Is what it is. You know what I mean? And it doesn't help when you're down the game, especially when you're there at NBA top prime time or whatever it is, because I don't watch it. You guys bad mouth the Knicks so much, I don't tune y'all out. The one with Kenny Smith and Barkley and Shaq. I don't even pay attention to it.
TNT.
Yeah, I hate it. I hate it.
Pretty funny show. I mean,
Yeah, but I hate it because especially when the Knicks are playing, which would be the only time I'd watch it, they're always bad mouthing the Knicks. So I don't watch them. But what I'm saying, they're always bad mouthing the game today. And you got some incredible players today, bro.
Yeah, it's true. So JJ, well, hold on real quick. Let me just say what's up. Shout out to Long Island Sound once again. If I didn't already shout you out, he said Blaine Gafford only. That's interesting. Blaine Gafford. Shout out to William Luca Jr. You want to trade everybody for washed up dudes? So not me, but
who's washed up?
And shout out to mi esposa, mi amor, the love of my life.
Kenya Hunter.
I've said too much.
Mami, papi.
Let me get her out
papi,
of here.
mira.
Don't be trying to remember her. Get out of here.
Mira.
Damn, Double A, you ain't let him have his shot. He was shooting his shot, man. Let him...
I don't got to shoot. I can look at her. She's here.
I know
that's
what you were
touchdown.
doing. He was right there.
That's touchdown. That's touchdown.
Anyway, JJ, what else is on your mind, my brother?
Yeah, actually, it's funny. I actually wanted to. I think you just mentioned somebody brought up Gafford. That's somebody who I definitely had my eye on when I said, "Oh wow, this guy's on the trade block." But live was out like 3 months, so we can scratch that. So,
man, you talk about the guy that went to Dallas, right? He went to Dallas.
Yep.
Right.
I wanted him so bad, bro. And they just let him go. But we had Hartenstein. But I said, man, we should get him anyway in case Hartenstein leaves.
JJ, you're right. What were you saying?
Yeah, no, I was just saying with Derek Lively out, he's out like possibly up to 3 months. So I would assume that takes Gafford off the block now.
I think so too. I think so too, JJ. And last week when we were talking about this, when I was shocked at how good Gafford played, especially last week when he had like 30 and 18 and 7 blocks.
Oh, I saw that.
Like, that was crazy. But I was wondering why the hell did they want to trade him? So I found out that Dallas is looking for a diverse wing. They want another wing player to add to the team. And so they were willing to put Gafford up to get that wing. I don't know if they still want to do it, knowing that Lively's going to be out for this amount of time. So I don't know about that one.
Yeah. So I think that would take him off the block. And then real quick, my last point, this game, I'm really pumped for this game tonight. I think it's like first team to 150 wins. I mean, you got two explosive offenses.
It would be great, bro. JJ, it would be great for the Knicks to get a good one, get a comfortable, like, the shots are falling. One of them real good 30-plus assist games. You know what I mean? It would be great. They need that.
Right.
They need that.
You got the two top rebounders in the NBA going against each other.
I can't wait for that matchup. Yep, number one. I think Sabonis leapfrogged Towns. I know Towns is number one for a minute.
He is.
I think
He's
Sabonis
number one now in Towns.
Yeah. So
because
that should be a fun
what
battle.
hurt Towns too is that he was coming back dealing with the the hand. He had a couple, not so great rebounding games, like around 8, or whatever. So
yeah. So like the Kings, man, like offensively, they're pretty damn elite, but they really have no defenders in that starting lineup. I mean, you got Fox, Monk, Sabonis, DeRozan. I mean, I don't see how they're going to be able to stop us. Their only plus defender is probably Keegan Murray, and I don't think he's like anything like special defensively. So I'm like, who's going to guard Brunson? Who's going to guard Cat? So,
what scares me, JJ?
I mean,
the combination of DeRozan, who normally kills us, and Monk, who normally kills us.
Yeah. No,
Monk's
great. Don't get me wrong.
So if their shots are falling, all three of them, they're on their game. Oh boy.
Well, I mean, the good thing is this is our first time facing Sacramento, right?
I think so.
This year. Yeah. So that means this will be the first time that we get to go up against those two dudes with OG and with Macau. So maybe that helps. And like I said, a rested team, man, they play a lot better. Maybe we can put a little dent. Maybe Macau goes out there and plays Monk or whoever his assignment is the same way he played Rayford Trae Young. So we'll see.
Yeah, but
there's
also
also
a possibility that Fox doesn't play tonight.
Yeah, Fox is questionable. He may not play, so we'll
yeah,
see.
yeah, yeah. I
All
think
right, fellas. Well, I got to get off, man.
Shooter out.
All right, Double A. Hey, appreciate you, my brother. Thank you as always.
Later,
It's always
Double A.
Always seeing you guys.
Double A,
Let's
check
go
the
get it.
private chat real quick. I don't know if you saw it earlier. Check the private chat.
Oh, I will. Thanks, man.
All
Thanks,
right, man.
fellas. Have a
All
blessed
right, bro.
afternoon, everybody.
Later.
Later, man.
Yo, appreciate you, Ron. Thanks for taking the call, brother.
Hey,
And
man.
Real quick, let's go Mets.
Let's go, hey, man. Listen,
Yes,
JJ,
sir.
JJ, before you go, bro,
Let's go,
and
Mets.
obviously we got our other fellow Met fan here in Jay, the chosen one.
Yes, sir. Yep.
Yes, sir.
I got one question for you.
Yeah.
Yes or no to Pete Alonso?
Do I think he's back? I think
No.
he's
Not do you think he's back? Do you want him back?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Of course. Yeah. I mean, I just think the fact that he showed up in big moments in the playoff, if he didn't, because he didn't have a great regular season, I probably would have said, all right, I could probably deal with that. But he did, that huge home run versus the Brewers.
Mm-hmm.
Woo, we'll talk about it.
But I just don't know who's going to replace him if we lose him. Looks like the Blue Jays. The Blue Jays are going hard after him. Hey, if you want Pete, we'll just take Vlad in the off season. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't mind it. I mean, but you see, Pete did have a interview, not an interview. Whatever. He visited the Angels recently.
I saw that. Right, man.
And Toronto,
Angels,
man, is chasing.
And Toronto.
By
the way,
JJ,
I just think it's a thing that they don't want to spend. They have the money, so I guess the GM Stearns just maybe doesn't value him.
I'm gonna tell you something. I think it took a lot more than we thought, right? So we have the richest owner in all of baseball by wide margin. Yeah. But it's easy for all of us to do a lot of this talking, as Brother Duggan says, us non-players to do a lot of talking about and spend other people's money and make other people's trades and do that stuff. I want Pete Alonso to be a Met for his whole career. David Wright went on and spoke about it and said that he would like to do that because that's exactly what he wants. I want him to come back here, and I want to get Vladimir next year. But I'm spending somebody else's money. I think that Cohen spent almost $1 billion on a player. I want everybody to hear me say what I'm about to say really quickly. That if you compare it to the contract that Ohtani got, he didn't deserve that much money. $600 million, sure, but 800 plus more than Ohtani when Ohtani could pitch and stole 50 bases. I think that he got really lucky that Cohen is a great owner. He's changed everything: the stadium, the screen, the whole feeling about the Mets is so much better. But he spent damn near $1 billion on one dude, which really handcuffed us. So then you talk about going to get a Corbin Burns or going to get a Vladimir or going to do that. I'm going to tell you something right now. I want Pete to stay here. Now, I'm not mad at Pete that he wanted to test the waters. But I think that dude's a crook. What's his name?
Scott Boras.
Yeah, Scott Boras is a crook. I'm not mad at him either. If you want your bag, get your bag. But if you're going to ruin someone's life now, he's lost about 10 clients now. Pete had a 7-year deal in front of him. Could have stayed here forever. We could have signed Vladdy next year. But eventually, Pete becomes the DH. Vladdy has better glove at first. And now your lineup is stacked, jacked, Willie. I think Pete's coming back here. I don't think that $5 million is going to make much of a difference. At the end, they're going to come back here. And I love it when the Yankee fans talk a lot of trash, but we beat the Dodgers 2 games. And y'all damn near got a gentleman sweep out of that game last year.
Only won one. We beat them twice.
And only won one. And we should have won that third game with that But you know what? We blew it at, but we still beat them 2 games, and y'all got so it was so sad to watch. Sorry, little Yankee guys. I'm sorry. But you're only fans. Like me. I'm a little fan, I'm a fan. You're a little fan, so I get it. And it's hard to be the little brother when you've been the big brother for a long time. I get it. So
I'd actually shout out to Andios NYK. Listen, we can make this happen if you want to. I haven't gone to a Met game in about 2 years, so I'm definitely looking forward to going back to a game.
Yo, we should do that. We should all go to a game, man.
I'm definitely down.
That would be sick.
Yeah, we could do that. That'd be pretty fun. I
went to about 25 last year, and I was at the last one when we Clint beat Philly in the regular season, and I was at one of the Phillies playoff games. Man, there's nothing like it.
We'll put that out there in the atmosphere. We'll make it happen this year. We'll figure it out.
You know what's funny though, real quick, is the Mets actually play their home opener versus the Blue Jays. So if Pete goes there, imagine.
Oh boy, that would not be fun.
Oh yeah, I didn't even think about that. Wow.
Yeah. What do you think? You think he would be booed, or you think it would be mixed?
No, I think prior to what happened this past year, maybe Pete might have been booed. But what he did with the heroics this past year, man, that's what a lot of people are in his corner for. That was big for Pete. Because I'll be honest, that was huge. I'll be honest, and we can get back to Nick talk.
Yeah. Sorry.
I'm
the other orange and blue.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of Pete as a hitter. Okay, I do like his glove has gotten better. He has moments, but I think he's got some the home run hitting. This is the first year that I could say that, man, he was pretty clutch. I love that. Yeah, but I don't like guys like I'm a purist, man. I'm an old school baseball. You guys know that it seems like when you think about it, if you know me, my same way I like basketball is the same way I like baseball. When you think about it. I like in basketball, I like guys who have mid-range shots is the mid-range shots is mid-range shots.
New word.
Guys like Glenn Rice, that shoot really well. And I'm same with baseball. I like guys like, Edgar Martinez, Jordan Brett. I like guys who hit 300. You know what I mean? Those are my type of guys.
Tony Gwynn,
Will Clark, even though he's a race, but whatever. Anyway,
yes.
Yeah. Don't say guys that. Like that. You know what I mean? Like, so, just saying.
Yeah.
All right. John Olerud. Guys like that. Dave Magadan. Like, I like those type of guys. Yeah, anyway.
Wow, you are doing it.
Man, I'm a Met fan.
Yeah, I hear that, man. No, I could tell now, man. Keith Hernandez is a great example. So anyway.
Yeah. Well, JJ, man, appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the call as always. I'm sorry we monopolized the phone lines, but JJ hasn't called in a while, and we love JJ over here. So, all right, appreciate you, my brother.
Love y'all too, man. Have a great rest of the week. Enjoy Nick in tonight, and enjoy the NFL playoffs tomorrow.
Yes, you too, bro. Man. Enjoy yourself.
Appreciate it, man.
JJ, God bless you, man. Have a great day.
Later, fellas.
All right, bro. All right. Once again, guys, the call lines are open. You see the number, I would hope. Let me get this out the way. And move JJ as the caller. Oh, wait, hold on. I got to put it back up. Give me a second. 347-305-7280. Yeah, man. Thank you, guys. Call in if you like. We are here. Yeah, man. So, I mean, there's a lot of good stuff going on, man. It's good. I know you Yankee fans are happy out there, but listen, I think we're in a better place now because we don't hate each other. All right. We try to make it a rivalry. It's not the same. Like, we got a lot more love for each other than we used to. Back in the day, I remember being in Yankee Stadium, having them Yankee fans pour beer on me. I was like, yo, man, I hate you guys. That was a different time. It was a different time.
It's not actually the Yankees, right? It's the fans.
It's always the fans. I never had an issue with the team.
I respected Mariano a lot. I
liked that whole team they had. I loved Paul O'Neill. I loved Derek Jeter. I loved Tino Martinez. They had some good players. And I definitely love Bernie Williams. Like, they had some good guys over there, back in the day.
It's just
So
the damn fans.
let me do this. Let me get this going because we do have a game tonight with the Sacramento you know what I mean, Kings.
Yeah.
Let's see what the tail of the tape looks like because I really don't know how Sacramento's been playing as far
Yes,
as
JJ, for sure.
their numbers. Let me see here. Hold on. Okay. Where is Sacktown? And once again, I know guys asked. We said it before. Tonight's a 7:30 start. Okay. Okay. Let me share this with you guys.
3. I'm still here, but I just want to do something really quick.
No, do what you got to do, brother. I'm going over these numbers. Let me share this. Okay. So this is Knicks versus Sacramento's. Oh wow.
Big game now.
Let me blow this up a little bit. Okay. So yeah, as you can see, guys, tail of the tape, average points per game. Sacramento's at 117. The Knicks are at 116.6. Rebounds, they're at 44.8. Knicks are at 43.2. Assists, 26.6 for Sacramento, 27.2 for the Knicks. 8.1 steals for Sacramento, 7.7 for the Knicks. 4.7 blocks for Sacramento, 3.8 for the Knicks. 12.6 turnovers to 12.2. That's a wash, you know what I mean? 47.4 points from the field for Sacramento, 49.4. The Knicks are still shooting very well from the field as a team. 34.9 from 3, 37.5 for the Knicks. They took a big dip. You know, they were hovering around 40 for a while, but they took a big dip. And then free throw wise, 81.2 for Sacramento and 80.5 for the Knicks. And then we got points in the paint, 48.4 for Sacramento, 52.4 for the Knicks. You know, the Knicks have become, because they've struggled shooting the three for the most part. They've gotten a little better in the last 2 games or so, 3 games maybe. They were struggling, so they started to play more in the paint, and it became a little bit different. So they got the edge there. And then second chance points, 14.4 to 13.9, pretty much a wash. And then fast break points, Sacramento at 14.3 and the Knicks at 15.4. Yeah. Look at this. Look how interesting this is, guys. Look at the assist per game. Darren Fox has always been a pretty good assist guy, but look, Brunson is averaging 7.3. A whole assist better than De'Aaron Fox.
Look at that.
Interesting. Points per game, De'Aaron Fox is at 25. Jalen Brunson is at 26. Look at the rebounds, though, between Cat and the Sabonis. They're very, close right there. And then blocks, we don't really block. They don't really block, so it is what it is. Yeah, it's a good tale of the tape. It's a good matchup, and this shows that anybody could win this game. It's all about who comes to play a little better, more efficiently at the time. So I'm actually very interested to see what happens in this one. What you think, Jay? How does it look?
Good.
No, I was going to say, how do you feel about the matchup?
Well, listen, I think that Sacramento's underperforming as a squad. I think they should be better than they are. I think they have better talent than most people know. Saying that, they scare me. They match up well against us, as you just pointed out. And the fact of the matter is that Josh Hart is a big what's the word I'm looking for? We need Josh Hart today in order for us to really show what we could do, really win this game. I really believe that. I think he matches well against Monk. He matches well against the guys who, we're going to need rebounds for sure. Rebound help for sure tonight. So I think we win this game, but having Hart is imperative. Imperative. I don't know.
Wow. Robert Woodard went back into the crates, man. Shout out to you, bro. Yeah, no, I
Wow.
think so too. I think so too, bro. I think that Hart is very important for. I mean, just the fact the Knicks are not, overall a great rebounding team. You got two guys that do it very well, and to not have one of the guys out there, it's tough. Like not Parrish. Precious Achua has been doing great in his time. Could if we don't have Josh Hart, if you give him close to 30 minutes, can he give you 10 rebounds? Maybe. We would need it. I know that. We would need it.
100% we need it.
Yeah, so that's
I think this, man. If Hart's there, it's a definite yes to me. All right, a definite yes. I'm not what you call it. I'm not worried as much as I would be worried about them. But but also let's put in the Fox factor. If Fox isn't there, even if Hart is out, I still think we win.
If Fox isn't there, that does make a difference. And without Hart, I think that we could win. I just worry about if Fox is there without Hart. Do we have enough to match their firepower as well as be effective on the boards and playmaking? Because say what you will about Josh Hart, he's been really good at helping playmake too. The assist that he gives the team is important.
Right. I was actually trying to look for who's on their backup? Is it Davion Mitchell? No. Who's their backup?
I don't know.
Davion?
No, Davion's with Toronto now.
Toronto, sorry, different purple, different team. So right now it's Fox, just Fox and Hart. Before they had two or three people that were possibly whatever. This team is 23-21. They're 9th in the West, right? So they're in the play-in area. Probably, if I look closer into it, that they would be probably closer to 8th than I think, because that's what that area is. 7, 8, 9, 10.
Oh, the backup for De'Aaron Fox is Devin Carter.
Devin Carter. I knew it was something starting with a D. I thought it was.
And then they use Malik Monk as a third option there, but Malik Monk is the starting shooting guard for them.
Right, he's a starting shooting guard, right? And their starting unit is really, really good. I mean, when healthy, like us, when healthy, they're really good. You're talking about Fox, DeRozan, right? You're talking about the big man, all right? Sabonis is, to me, one of the better players of all of NBA.
Mm-hmm.
You have what's his name? Murray, right? And I think right now they've been using Herter, or is it Ellis they've been using? But they have a good starting five. And they have a deeper bench. They use Herter a lot. They use Ellis a lot. They used to use Lyles a lot more.
Yeah, they got a lot. And I didn't realize they had Doug McDermott too. He's always been a solid NBA, bench player.
Definitely, he hasn't played as much this year. But same thing with Alex Len. They like McDermott. McDermott is a solid off the bench guy, and they have a lot of people they don't really use at all. Like Jay Crowder's there.
Right. Jay Crowder's washed up. Yeah,
he's washed. We maybe they could trade Butler for Jay Crowder. All right, sorry, I don't want to start anything. I will tell you this though. I'm looking at I'm trying to look for the minutes per game, right? It's hard. I'm using this other app. I use this other one usually, but it's not coming up. Either way, they definitely use their bench a lot. And that coach shifts a lot. But
yeah, De'Aaron Fox plays the most minutes, but yeah, they do. 1, 2, 3.
Right, Fox is consistently one of the people that stays on the court, but they definitely shift. But
yeah, they play. Looks like 9 guys, and the 9th guy plays 11 minutes, and that's the lowest.
And who's that? Lyles or
Devin Carter, actually.
Devin Carter. That's the last guy. Okay.
Yeah, because that makes sense because he's the backup point guard, and De'Aaron Fox plays 37 minutes per game, so it makes sense that he would get a little bit of minutes, right?
Big time.
But like the next best thing is 20 minutes per game. Everybody is 20 minutes or more. 8 guys.
8 guys. Think about that.
Yeah.
So I will say this. Due to the fact that I see, not every night, but I see Tibbs coming off this consecutive minutes issue.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care if you play 35 minutes a game. I don't care if you play 37 minutes a game. I care that you play it every time, and I care that you do it in 20, full quarter spurts.
Right.
That should not be doing it. There is no way that every one of our starters should be playing full quarters, and at least close to it. You need to spell these guys at least 2 to 3 minutes in each quarter, right? And then you raise that to 5 minutes, right? And then you keep doing stuff like that. But yeah, I thought so. They play very tough against us. It's tough, but I'm an optimistic fan, and I think that we're gonna win. I do believe we're gonna win. I do believe that we need Hart though to win, and if it's Hart and no Fox, if you add our guy and you subtract the guy, then I really don't think that there's going to be a problem at all. But but look for Monk to have a fantastic game against us. Look for it.
He usually does.
He usually does. So
yeah,
and in the Garden, everybody plays great.
So, for whatever reason, the Garden cooking is like mama's home cooking. That's like grandma's cooking. Like the Garden is everybody eats.
Everybody.
Yeah,
exactly.
Hey, let me see I got my guy over here. Hey, what it do? Hey, what up, J Bugs?
What's good, my brothers? How you, my brother? What's up, Jay? What's happening with y'all, man, on this Saturday? What's good, man?
We chilling, man. We chilling, baby.
Chilling, brother. How about you?
Man, I'm lounging, man. It's just unfortunately, man, this year's I've been having a lot of passing away as far as family or friends. One of my friends that's still incarcerated, his daughter just passed away out of the blue on January 10th. So they had that funeral today, and I was there in support of my man because he's still incarcerated.
They didn't let him come?
Yeah, depending on your behavior and how you act while you incarcerated, it always has a say-so on moments like this, and they allow him to be there. So I was able to be there with him, his family, see him meet grandkids he never met, you know what I'm saying? And how they had him dressed and everything, he was like, like he came in from off the streets to the funeral. He had, regular
That's
clothes.
true.
You did not know he was incarcerated unless you know him personally, and just to be there with him, his son, and his family members and everything in support of him, which he does come home this year.
Oh,
This
that's
year,
great. Good news.
sometime he does come home. So, I just, was there. That's why I text earlier on your show, but I was getting ready to go there, during that time. But I just left out. So, I'm always, I always look to be amongst, what I'm saying, what makes me feel good besides my family. So on my ride home, I'm like, let me rock out with my peoples on Saturday, and rock out with y'all, because it always makes, Jay Boogie continue on feeling good on the insides, no matter what might be going on, no matter what situations. It's always a good day, man. But yeah, man, what's good? Shout out to the chat, man. The most amazing and most beautiful, most loyal, most respectful, beautiful franchise that is belong up under this orange and blue, belongs to the, what I'm saying, the Nick YouTube, the Twitter YouTube, whatever. Anything that you represent far as the Knicks, just know you are a part of a moving journey towards a championship. Just know that, man.
People in the back.
Yeah. What's
Yeah,
good though, man? What's happening, man? What's happening, man? I can
Well,
go on my little rant, you know what I'm saying? I'm
listen,
celebrating.
man. First off, listen. Thank you as always, Jay Boogie, and prayers to your friend and his family. Sorry to hear that news. But I'm glad that you were the stand-up dude that you are to be there to support him and his family members in this tough time. And always appreciate you, my brother. As listen, we there's never a time that we can't use a Jay Boogie rant. It's never a time we can't hear the words of Jay Boogie when it comes to our New York Knicks or life in general, man. We appreciate you, bro. It's a great time right now. We got 2 all-starters. We about to go into the second half of the season. We ain't there yet, but we about to get there. We got a big game against Sacramento because they're a West Coast team. It's not really much other than that, but we gotta win these games, man. So I'm excited. How do you feel, brother?
Man, I feel great about the team, man. I encourage people to really feel good about the New York Knicks where they are today. I just want to let me throw this out to everybody. Just imagine if the squad wasn't where they at today, far as with their records. Just imagine if Towns wasn't performing, what I'm saying, how he is performing now. Just imagine if we didn't have the record what we have now. Just imagine if Julius over there in Minnesota was an all-star. Just imagine if they was top 2 far as in the Western Conference with their roster, with the additions of Julius and Dante. Just imagine if those things was in effect versus the things that are in effect and where we are today. Because a lot of us would have been like, Dad, we should have never made the trade. All that would have went all the way out the window, but we're nowhere near that type conversation. So I just want everybody, really feel good about where this team is at, and they're gonna get even further along. They're gonna get further along where they're at right here, right now. If you want to answer that, you can go ahead.
Oh yeah, I'm just gonna hold on one second. Day caller, you are live with SKF Know the Ledge. Your name and where you from?
Hey Ron, this is Ryan Du, 1973.
Hey, all right, Ryan Du, good to see you, my brother. Could you just hold on tight a little bit? Jay Boogie's doing his thing and letting us hear what we need to hear right now, and then I'll get right to you.
Okay.
All right, and just turn that sound down in the back if you can, and hopefully you can still hear everything that's going on.
Okay, all
right, man. Continue, my brother Jay Boogs.
Yeah, shout out to the caller, man. Great, amazing thing. You got people that could call in, you know what I'm saying? That's another way of your growth inside the channel, man. Appreciate you even more. You're reaching out the numbers all over the world, you know what I'm saying? Because everybody don't want to come up here and conversate. You know, everybody don't like doing that. You know what I'm saying? It's just fortunate, we do have these spaces where you can, and it's even better when you can call. So thank you for that. But man, I'm real good with the squad, man. We got 2 starters in the NBA All-Star. You know, that's haven't been done since 1975. You know, with Clyde and you know what I'm saying, the Great Pearl. You know, being starters. These guys are starters. So I take that as like, guess what? We got the best duo in the league. I didn't say it. They showed it to me by putting us as the only in the East and the West that have 2 duels in the starting rotation. You know what I'm saying? So the league has announced that. I ain't say it. I ain't make it up. We ain't say it. But you're telling me that we got the 2 best duels in the league. So guess what? The way them guys I looked at, they're gonna honor that. They're gonna turn that into another level. They're gonna, you know what I'm saying? Okay, they got us not as just all-stars, but starters. Now, they should have had one-on-one conversations. Yo, we really got to turn our game up in all phases and lead this team in a further direction. And guess what? When you're a player of an all-star, you want to perform your game better to help, you know what I'm saying, contribute to them guys because they're all-stars. So when we got starters that make the all-stars, guess what? The whole team, they become all-stars. The whole coaching staff, they become all-stars. The organization, they become all-stars. You know what I'm saying? And you know, I ain't even got to say about the fan base. We've been all-stars, even when we ain't have all-stars. So, you know what I'm saying? This is a celebration for us to be where we at today. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Sacramento. I know they turning their thing around. They playing better. They need to play better because anytime you fire a coach as a player, you must step your game up to make sure how we was playing before, it was the coach's fault and not the players' fault. So that's what the players on Sacramento are doing right now. They're showing that it wasn't our fault. It was the coach's ways that was holding us back. And you see them taking north right here, right now. But guess what? This elevation of All-Star is going to elevate us. So I look for us to handle our business and let it be known, you know, we're grateful for the city, you know, voting for us, for the fan bases voting for us, for the coaching staff to make that jump. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to LaMelo Ball. You down here in Charlotte, 2 hours away from me. You're doing good things. But hold up. Get out of there. You don't deserve to be a starter over this guy right here. You know what I'm saying? Jalen Brunson, which they robbed him a year ago, should have been an all-star. You know what I'm saying? Dame, I see what you're doing, Dame. I see what you're doing. You're making commercials. You're making raps. You're making songs. But that doesn't make you better than this guy. He's been crushing you for the last 2 years. So let me jump over the top of Dame and get inside this starting lineup. Shout out to Donovan Mitchell. There's nothing you can do with that. They got the best record in the East, and they are straight balling, even though his numbers are a little bit less. But sometimes your numbers can drop less so the team can get more numbers in their own ways, and you can go further. But, man, shout out to our squad, man, our 2 all-stars, man, Anthony Town, Jalen Brunson, you know, the cap, they leading the way, you know what I'm saying? And I don't look for nothing to change, nothing to stop. I look for us right here, right now, and towards the season to get better and better. I look for Mitch to come back. I hope you stay solid and straight. Whatever other move they're going to make, I hope it, you know, gives us the, you know what I'm saying, the move that we need to take us further over the hump so we can get even better and get ready for the second half stretch, man. I know Ron's ready, the chat's ready, you know what I'm saying? And matter of fact, I'm going to go ahead and mute because my man on the phone, I know he ready, man.
All right. Thank you, Jay Buggy. Appreciate you as always, my brother. Always know exactly what to say to get us right, man. Randu, you there?
Yo, yeah, I'm still
okay,
here.
there you go. All right, my brother. What's going on? What's on your mind?
Well, first off,
Oh yeah, you could just turn that down in the back so we can hear you better.
oh yeah, I forgot.
Yeah, you all right?
First of all, I want to send prayers out to Jay Boogie. Also, okay, now we're gonna start off with about trade deadline and potential trades.
Okay.
Devontae Green, I would like that. Trade Sims, but the thing is, to make it work, we would have to, know what I'm saying, like throwing maybe 1 second round pick along with Sims to make that work to get Green.
Okay. We got plenty of those. I could do that.
Yeah. Because Green is a player that Tiz would definitely like.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Good defensively. He plays bigger than what his size is. He's like, I think, like 6'4" with a 6'8" wingspan.
Oh, 6'5" actually, but yeah.
Well, 6'5" with a 6'8" wingspan. Yeah, he definitely plays bigger than what he is. That would be an excellent addition to this team. Also, now, a whole thing about Mitchell Robinson. Much as I would like for the Knicks to trade Mitchell Robinson, it's not going to happen. Not now, no. I mean, the trading deadline is what? A week and a half? 2 weeks?
About that.
And he's not even back to playing yet.
Right.
I don't think that's going to happen. I mean, I admit, though, I would love to get rid of him for Bobby Portis, but that's not going to happen.
Right. Yeah.
Now
it's up in the air.
And also about let me see. The players we got in the G League, TJ Warren and what's that?
Okiki?
Yeah, those would be excellent additions. Because we need some backup wings so OG and Bridges can get less minutes. So they not, you know what I'm saying, running them into the ground.
Right. I like that. I'm a big fan of that. Wingstop is not just the two wings we know about. We got our premium wings, and we can have some boneless wings off the bench. I like that.
I hear you talking.
Now
So,
I
yeah,
want wings.
I like Okiki and TJ Warren. Yeah. All right. I mean, listen, I'm with you on that, Randu. Like, if that's what we can do, if that's the way we can move, I'm okay with it. Worst comes to worst. It's not like, so the best thing, like I said before, the best thing that this team does have is, even when we don't look like we got a lot to work with, we still got options. And what you gotta say, you gotta be happy that the Knicks put themselves in a position to be able to do some, like, some teams make a trade like what the Knicks did and bring in a Karl Anthony Towns and got nothing else. I mean, yeah, we already added, we got Matteo, we got Brunson, we got OG, we added Cat. You deal with it. Like, but we still got some flexibility to do certain things. We gotta wait. Obviously, you know about the whole money situation. But just imagine that, to have, a G League team that has a TJ Warren stash over there. I mean, it's cool that he even will want to do that, because that's obviously he can get money somewhere else, but he wants to be a part of something over here. That's cool. Yeah, they're in a good situation to be able to do that, at least if worse comes to worse and nothing else really happens. But the Javonte Green thing would be nice, I think. It definitely seems like a Tibbs type move, but another move that not a lot of people are talking about that I heard mentioned 3 weeks ago. Unless I missed it, I mean, I think he's still available, is the Bruce Brown. I don't personally like the Bruce Brown thing because, I mean, he's like Josh Hart. They're the same height. I don't get it. You know what I mean? But that's just, you never know. The Knicks were interested in him before. You never know. You know how I talk about how the Knicks don't always do the obvious thing, and we like, okay, we're looking at these people, and then they wind up doing something. Nobody's talking about Bruce Brown right now. Bruce Brown might be the guy wind up with the Knicks. We never know. So you never quite know what they're gonna do. But understand that they are looking to do something if they can. But I do think that no matter what happens, this team is not going to stay the exact same way in a month from now. Something's going to be different.
I agree with that.
Yeah. But Randu, was there anything else you had, or was that all? Nope. You there? Or maybe he's gone. He might be gone. I don't know. Oh, he's gone. Oh, my bad. He didn't say bye. All right.
Bye,
Later, Randu. Appreciate you, my brother.
He might drop. He phone drop.
Maybe it's one of those. I got a question. I'm gonna hang up and listen.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He didn't hit us with that. But appreciate the call, man. Yeah. So I mean, Yeah, I mean that's kind of what we've been talking about, man. That's like the if nothing else, that's what we can do type option. I don't know if there's any other options that are out there that make sense that we haven't talked about. A lot of other stuff is pipe dreams. I mean, the Knicks would love to make moves, but we are a little cash strapped, so we can't talk about everything.
The Monte one has a pick attached to it. I believe it was straight up.
But even if it did, we could do that.
I don't care about the second round thing.
Yeah, we don't. Yeah, we got a lot of second round picks. We could do that.
Yeah.
Yep. No, I got you, brother. No, you ain't missing. I got you. I see you. I might as well get to it now. Shout out to NYC B-Ball 08. He said, here's an idea for All-Star Weekend. Let the refs play and the players be the refs. Now that would be crazy. You would see some wild stuff happening, man.
There'd be 400 calls.
There wouldn't be no game. There'd be too many players throwing refs out for nothing. Yeah, you out of here.
Yeah. I'd rather see them play the refs.
Yeah.
And then, but then they would get in trouble.
Maybe. Shout out to my guy Corey Lee. Thank you for the generous super chat. He said these guys are too buddy, lack pride. Thank the LBJ. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Mm-hmm. Yeah, LeBron has definitely changed the league around. There's a lot of buddy stuff going on, a lot of dancing and prancing out there. You know, so a lot of that.
Flopping.
I don't like it. But be honest with you, what else was going to be done? Be honest with you, LeBron ain't got nobody to pass this torch to. That's really going to carry the league, and that's why he's still here. LeBron is not going nowhere until he can pass this torch on to somebody. And I'm hoping that, even though I would like it, I don't care if you're from the United States or you ain't from here. If you can ball, you can ball. But it looks like, what I'm saying, in the next 2 years, the league might be what's his name, Wemby? It might be his.
Wemby's the face.
It might be his. Not this year, but next year you might as well lock him as being a starter for the next whatever years as All-Star. And he's already, you see little small things of him. I like the little thing that they had of him outside in the parks in his neighborhood playing chess with people. You know what I mean? That's how you become a people's person. That's how people, being able to be around you, with you, talk with you, you know what I'm saying? And they didn't have to spend no money. They didn't have to spend no ticket. Then, look at him far as, when he was at the YMCA. For those that don't know what's the YMCA, it's only the Barclays building when Liberty play. When the Nets is playing, it is the YMCA. But when you seen him playing that game against them the other day, when the game was over, a little kid had his jersey. He took his jersey off and gave it to a little kid. You know what I'm saying?
Do with it?
What the kid's father do with it?
What the kid's father do with it?
But see, I mean, we can't help everything. But you know what I'm saying? To do that on the road.
That's pretty dope.
On the road, you know what I'm saying? That's real big. You're doing that in another city, and there's people that's showing you love. But hey,
that shows a lot of character. You know what I'm saying? And that's a high character. We talk a lot about people who aren't high character. We don't talk enough high character. That's high character quality. You're talking about a young man. This is a young man. This is not a guy playing for 10 years. This is not a guy doing stuff like that. I might not like a lot of the antics. I think what he was mentioning, LBJ, before, was the fact that super teams are made and all these things are happening. That's true. But I'm not a big fan of the man on the court. But off the court, he's done a lot for a lot of people. He's done a lot of good things. And, this Wemby young man was hurt by the fact that the father put that thing on eBay, because he felt like he connected with the child. That to me, there's nothing better than that. As a father, when I saw him do that, I was like, man, this guy has got a future in life, just in life. Like not basketball, not this. And that's what life is about. He could have walked off the court, right? Gave a guy a high five maybe, or did something like that. But he took his time to do that after playing damn near the whole game, tired, and he stopped to acknowledge a kid. When we're in a world right now where kids are under attack with all sorts of nasty things going on in the world and dark stuff happening in the world, we gotta applaud that type of stuff, and we need way more of that type of stuff.
Yeah.
So, I thought it was a fantastic move. I thought his father did kind of a D-bag move, but you know what?
Yeah,
that's not me.
cool.
Right, it was horrible. Cool. But
I mean, we don't know the situation. We don't know their situation. Maybe that family's struggling. Then maybe he thought this is a blessing, but I'll use it as a blessing in a different way. Yes, it would be great for my son to hold on to it, but this might help our family eat. We don't know. You know what I mean? But if it's not the case, that's a dirty move. You know what I mean?
Right. Hey, look, can I say something? Yeah, right. He was like, yo, as soon as he saw him signing it, man, he started texting everybody. How much is this worth? I got to figure this out.
Yeah.
But I'm going to say something really quick, man. My son has a jersey signed. I'm not going to say by who. I put it in a casing. I put it away for him. I don't even know. He doesn't even know it's still. He knows it's there. He doesn't know where it is. He's 23. He works every day. I'm trying to get him in the unit. But the best thing I ever did was make him a good person. A person that knows that everybody deserves a chance. My kids I'm Italian. All my kids are half Hispanic, and then one's half Hispanic and half Jamaican. So the fact is that my kids know right from wrong, how to be good people, quality people, and they're healthy. That's all you could ask from anything. But I went through cancer, and when I went through it, I had to go through my savings account. Not one time did I ever say to myself, let me go get that jersey. That's my son's jersey that I hope he passes to his son. Or if he decides he wants to do something when he's older,
it's his right.
It's up to him.
Yeah.
So that did a lot to me. I had a lot of issues with that, but
I didn't like it either. But
but what Wemby did, I think, was a class act. It was a really big deal. And to piggyback really quick on something that Book said, I think that not only did Brunson get gypped the last time, but I'm not going to go backwards. I'm going to go forwards. We got two starters. And to me, a championship team always starts with your point guard and your center. All right, that is your two. That is your bookcase, right? The ending and the beginning, right? Our ending and beginning, our starters in the NBA. We have two Knicks starters. There is no business complaining about our team right now. Could we add to it? Can we make it better? Yes. Do we need to subtract from it? No. And for me personally, I think what it does is everything that Book just said, plus when they come back, right, the ovation that they're going to get at the Garden, I really believe will propel our second half into a something, that we need. Don't get me wrong. Cleveland's good, but I think they're more paper lions than they are full lions. Boston is still the team, in my eyes, that we need to concentrate on to beat. Cleveland's a great team. Donovan did get put in the starting unit, but for the All-Stars, but as a two guard. Okay. I think once that happens and we come off this rest that we really need, real time. After they get that ovation, I'm looking for 6-game winning streaks, 7-game winning streaks. 10-2 in 12 games. I really believe we're going to go on that, and it's going to be all because we have the captain and Cat starting in the All-Star game, and it's going to start from there, and we're going to boost straight up and right from there.
I like it. And listen, you brought up Cleveland, and shout out to Anagro. It's very true, man. It's tough to actually do it when you're on the court, but yeah, definitely the kids in the front row. I mean, they deserve what they're kids, but the people that pay in the cheap seats, it would be nice if they got those opportunities to get some of these jerseys and stuff as well. But it's just tough to pull it off. You know what I mean? It's not like Wemby's walking up in the stands, but it'd be nice anyway. Or at least bringing somebody down. That'd be nice. Flip it around.
But you don't know we didn't come down. Do we know for a fact that
we don't know.
Our place is set up different. It's easy to run down to the front.
Yeah. Who knows? Especially at the end of a game. Yeah, they could be coming from anywhere. It's true.
I get a lot of boxing there.
So you brought up Cleveland and Boston. Listen, man, remember 2 weeks ago? Was it 2 weeks ago or last week? I don't know. I say a lot when I'm here, especially when I'm talking 6 hours, which I will not be doing today.
I agree.
I said that Boston and Cleveland are both going to get tested. They're going to get their adversity. It looks like they're both getting tested now. Like Cleveland, not so much. This is just the beginning of a little bit of. They lost 2 in a row, but they're still 36-8, right? But will they continue to deal with some adversity, and how do they handle that? Will they, handling the losses, playing different teams, whatever reason, injuries, stuff like that? Now, Boston, on the other hand, Boston's been going through it a little bit. They're 5-5 in their last 10. And they've even had some, they're 31-14 now. The Knicks are 29-16. We right there.
We're right there.
And but the other thing too is Milwaukee and Indiana, they've been playing well. Milwaukee's won 5 in a row. They 8-2 in their last 10. Indiana's 8-2 in their last 10. You know what I mean? Detroit is 7-3 in their last 10. They're 23-21. Don't look now, man. Teams is so. Listen, the league is the East is starting to get back to something, because the East has been struggling for most of the year, but they're starting to get back to something. Orlando is getting healthier. Paolo is getting back into his form. I think they just got Franz Wagner yesterday, or maybe it was today. I don't know. One of the
second game today.
Okay, yeah, they just got him back, and Orlando is going to start winning games. They ain't going to stay where they're at. Yeah, man. So, yeah. It's just, it's all starting to align, but it's interesting to see Cleveland dealing with a little something, and Boston in particular struggling a little bit. So this is how you pounce. Knicks went through their moment. Now it's time for other teams to get their moments. And it's all about how the Knicks continue to go from here. So one way to go is, after 3 days of rest, coming out against Sacramento, there's no reason why we shouldn't put together a really good effort against Sacramento tonight. We should put our best foot forward. This should be a fresh team. They may be a little rusty, but they should at least be fresh. So I expect the Knicks to play well tonight.
No doubt, Ron. I just wanted to hear both of y'all last takes, man. I'm getting ready to jump off. You know what I'm saying? I'm a fan of y'all guys. A fan of everybody, man. I appreciate you. Every weekend you're hosting this, holding it down. You know what I'm saying? Giving us a living room for us to come sit down and chill and talk that New York Knicks talk like we talk, you know what I'm saying? And whatever other issues we might conversate, it's always welcome aboard on your station and on your channel. Shout out to you, man, and hope everybody's in the greatest form of health. Blessed health, happiness to everybody. Anybody going through anything, we don't pray that you go through it. We pray that you get through it, please. You know what I'm saying? And if you got a chance, if it's somebody you haven't told in a long time, you know what I'm saying? I love you. I appreciate you all. Even it don't even have to be I love you or I appreciate you. It could just be a call. Just say, yo, what up? I was thinking about you. And if you don't want to call and talk to the person, you could do what's more important with everybody. You could text somebody, just say hello. What's happening with you? You know what I'm saying? You never know how far a thought of somebody else would go when you know what I'm saying, when they receive it. So only way for them to receive a thought from somebody else, if you was to give them a thought, you know what I'm saying? So just wanted to share that with everybody, man. I'm gonna tune out, man, the rest of the day, man. I'm gonna run up in this store real quick, get a couple of the side items for the crib, get back, get on that phone because tonight is date night. We going to see the Den of Thieves Part 2. You know what I'm saying?
Really?
All right.
I got to go check that out.
Oh,
Yeah, so me, my wife, and a bunch of other couples, you know what I'm saying? We going out, you know what I'm saying, to rock
Nice.
out, you know what I'm saying, and go check out the Den of Thieves, you know what I'm saying? So I like giving people their support and they work and they love. Can't fire stick everything, you know what I'm saying? Just like, when songs come out, you can't stream everybody music, you know what I'm saying? You have to be a appreciate of somebody else's craft and work and go support it and buy it. You know what I'm saying? You never
yeah.
know how much money they put into that movie or into that music. You know what I'm saying? So just appreciate them and support somebody. If you like it, hey, you know what I'm saying? You're only treating yourself to something what you like, But God bless everybody, man. Ron, Hope family and everything, everybody, blessings to you, everybody, you know what I'm saying? Jay, my guy, man, keep doing what you're doing, man. And everybody have a marvelous weekend, you know what I'm saying? Let's get a victory tonight, man. And God bless, God bless, God bless with 3 capital G's. Salute, 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 3 capital S's.
Appreciate you, Jay
Absolutely, man.
Boogie. Thank you,
God
my
bless
brother.
you, Boogie, man.
Well,
God
Yeah,
bless you and your brother, your friend. I know it's like your brother, probably. It
right.
is one of the scariest things in my life to think about, and the saddest thing is to lose a child before you go. And
Mm-hmm.
to me, it rocked me. So I'm gonna keep him in. What's his name? If you want to share it, I want to pray for him on my own.
His name is Fred. His name is
Fred.
Fred.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna pray for Fred and his whole family, and I think that you're a solid cat, man. I know that a lot of times we come on here and there's a ton of people that they come on here and they become whatever you want. You could be whatever you want on the computer, just like you could be whatever you want up north. You could be whatever you want in certain places. But I can see that you are truly who you are, brother, and who you are is positive with 3 to 30 capital P's and powerful and a good voice, and we appreciate you. So I'll pray for you and your family, and I'll pray for Fred and their family. May they be blessed in the mighty, mighty way, and God loves them, and God loves you, and I appreciate you. Thanks for your words and your energy, as always, brother.
Man, no
appreciate
doubt,
you,
man.
Boogie.
Peace, my brother Ron. Y'all have a great rest of your day, man.
Yeah, man. Thank you.
Salute.
All right. So, I think, you know what I mean? Like, we covered a lot, man. We covered pretty much everything we could cover. There's only so much you can do. The voice will speaketh if there's something to speak. And I don't have anything else to speak. Like, that's pretty much it for me, guys. But I want to get to Jay real quick. Any final words? Anything on your mind?
Well, I think like a lot was put in perspective, man. Sports is sports. I really love our teams. I never use the word hate. And so I know a lot of people are down on certain things. Our coach, they're down on some they want to make this trade, that trade. 2020 is hindsight. There's a lot of things in my life that I did in my life that I wish I could take back. A lot of people start off young, we're knuckleheads. We dig deep holes for ourselves to get out of. And by the time you're a certain age, you look at it and you say, damn, I should be this far out. But you know what? We all woke up today. We all got a chance to talk about Knicks today, which should be a diversion from actual reality of our life. Because this is sports. This is fun. And it's a Knicks family. It's a second family. And I'm going to piggyback one more time because, I'm a drug and alcohol counselor now, but I also deal with a lot of people who do stuff. If you're hurting, please tell somebody. Tell me. Send a message. Come on here. You don't even have to show your face. Put it in the private chat. Say, tell Ron, tell me, tell somebody, tell a friend, anybody. Call somebody. Because after that COVID stuff, man, a lot of people, they really don't know how to express themselves, especially men. Men, we haven't really been taught to speak our mind. We've been taught to use these. We've been taught to be, buff out our chest. We've been taught that if we have emotions, we're soft. All that is nonsense. It's nonsense. I admire Ron so much, the way he loves his wife, the way he, the way what he's doing with her and all that stuff. So like, even when I get into it with like, Dave Smith or all these people on here, I don't dislike any of you. I don't like what you're talking about, maybe because it's something that I don't agree with, but love is love. Love conquers all. And we should remember that, man, that we should all remember that we are blessed that we woke up and that we are here and that the Knicks are third in the East. And we have a great chance with two starting players in the All-Star game. There shouldn't be a damn thing bad about any of that today. And I think that the theme of the show is just about that, Ron. It really was different today. It felt different today to me.
Yeah, no, I agree. I definitely think it's a little different today. Yeah, but I think we in good spirits, man. I mean, we always going to talk about the hypotheticals, the what ifs. Can we get this guy? Can we get that guy? What can we do to improve the team? What's missing? We're going to do that. But the bottom line is we're still in a good spot, guys. We're third in the East. The other teams ahead of us, they're dealing with their own little struggles. We just got to stay the course, keep doing what we're doing. You'll be surprised how things start to shift. Like all of a sudden, you look up, you might see the Knicks in 2. You're like, what? How did this happen? You just gotta keep doing what they're doing, man. We're gonna be all right, man. We got a very talented bunch of players. Some people, obviously, we talked about our bench not being that great. It's not, but our starting unit is one of the best in basketball. And if we just give these guys a little bit more rest, figure out how we can help them out in the next month or so, and we add another piece or two, whatever it may be, whether it be Mitchell Robinson or anybody else, I think we're going to be okay. Just got to keep rocking with our team, man. Keep believing in them. We Knicks fans for a reason. We're going to be all right.
100%.
Yeah. So shout out to everybody once again. I want to thank everybody in the chat. Shout out to everybody. Thank you for your generous super chats. Thank you for your activism. Activism?
You're making up great words today, I'll tell you that.
Nah. I mean, shout out to how active you guys have been in the chat. There you go. That's better. I don't want to say activism. Y'all ain't Martin Luther King and Malcolm X and Jesse Jackson. But I appreciate you guys for how active you've been in the chat today. Shout out to all the callers who have called in. Shout out to everybody who's joined on the panel. Jay Boogie, my guy Jay, the chosen one, Double A. Sha Powers, appreciate everybody, man. Thank you guys for your continued interaction and continuing to make this show what it is and make it a fun place for me, not just for you guys. I know you guys enjoy it, which I appreciate. You make it fun for me to be here on Saturdays and continue to do it. I mean, listen, we all decide to make a choice in life what we're gonna do. I've lived on the earth for a good amount of time. I've decided that, you know what, I want to continue to give up my Saturdays early to be here rocking out with y'all, and you guys make me feel good about my choice to do so. So I want to thank you guys and continue to support this Knick team. Let's hopefully, they'll get on a nice little run. They've already won 2 in a row. Let's keep it going and let's keep supporting, man. Listen, as I always say, tell a friend who tells a friend who tells another friend. Still Knick fans, we'll be back again, whether it be on Saturdays at 11:30-ish. It might be 11:45. I do. For Know the Ledge, if I can talk you off the ledge, I will. If not, we rock it. And also on Monday nights at 9 p.m. for SKF Weekly with myself, my brother John, and my brother Jose on the 1s and 2s. Continue to support, continue to show love, be nice and kind to your fellow person, man. We all here, we all want to live and just survive, and let's just keep supporting our Knicks, man, because I say this on Mondays all the time, throughout everything, the good, the bad, the ups, downs, we still are Knick fans. Shout out to you guys, man. Take it easy, have a great rest of your day. I'm out of here. Jay's out of here. Enjoy the day. Enjoy this, what I believe will be a win over these Sacramento Kings at 7:30. Let's go, baby. We out. Stay out. Won yourself. Peace.
Peace.